million chase. Let's head down to the track. Here is our intrepid trackside reporter for tonight, Mick Cowley.
Thank you, Mark. I'm joined here by Greyhound Racing New South Wales Deputy CEO Wayne Billett. Wayne, good crowd rolling up, exciting night. Weather seems to have broken now and we look pretty good.
Yeah, it's starting to roll in, Mick. It's been really good. So all in all, we should be in for a great night's racing.
It is, as Duke said, this is the second $1 million chase in a year. You never get sick of them though, do you?
Oh, no, how can you get sick of giving someone $1 million? At the end of the day, it's one of our pinnacle events and it's really what people aspire to. And, the way it's set up with our regionals, it really does truly give everyone a chance in our industry to aspire to these type of races.
Wayne, you've been in the sport for a long time. Have you ever seen it in better condition than it is now?
No, Mick, we're going pretty well. All in all, across the board, we're trying to look after all our participants across all levels. We've got a number of feature races which has really put us in good stead. So fingers crossed we keep going and you can't rest on your laurels, so we'll keep doing what we need to do to keep making our sport the best it can be.
And I can't let you go without asking for a tip or, as you said, putting the Jonah on someone. Who do you think will win the $1 million chase? Well,
my track record's not real good, Mick, as you know, but I'm going to go for Gatlin tonight. I think that even though he's drawn in the squeeze box, he tends to sort of get out and go straight, which I think tonight, given the way the field and the box draws ended, I think that'll put him in good stead for tonight.
Hey, good luck tonight. Have a wonderful night. I'm sure you will.
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate it.
Back up to you, Mark.
Thank you, Mick Cowley, who will be trackside interviewing all the winning trainers after each of their victories tonight. He's also done a heap of interviews with runners into tonight's meeting, so we look forward to hearing from Mick. Got a crowd building here, Timmy, but as said, the rain, we probably didn't want it this afternoon. Plus, there happened to be some event on in Melbourne. I'm not sure what that was, but there's an NRL game in Sydney as well tonight out of Penrith.
Yeah, we're up against it tonight, Duke, with plenty happening here in Sydney and, of course, with the AFL GF down in Melbourne. But a healthy crowd rolling in. That rain hit here probably around about 4:45, 5 o'clock, but it has held off at the moment, so hopefully we will have a clearer night throughout the evening because race 10:30, it's a long wait to the big one, Duke.
It certainly is. You imagine the nerves of the owners and the trainers engaged in the $1 million chase final. That is race 10. As Timmy said, we're 8 minutes off start time to the opening event, $1 million chase consolation. Only the 6 runners to go around in this event. Number 10, Monkey Business, will start from box number 7. Gee whiz, sipping whiskey. Look, it was probably a $3 shot. When it was a full field. It's now come into that very, very short quote, around the $1.45. Has got a PB of 30 and 13. Again, a Greyhound not noted for early speed, Timmy, but will probably sit closer to the front tonight with the field.
Yeah, Duke, he's a very poor beginner. He hasn't got a great turn of speed, but he's really strong at the end. He can run home in around 11.60 or thereabouts. So he only needs to stay within striking range of the leaders, and he should be too strong. But to take $1.47 about a Greyhound who is more than likely going to be last after 40 or 50 metres, a game man to chime into the very skinny quote.
Yeah, look, as far as the early speed is concerned, Make Mine Scotch from out wide will show pace. So too Smell Like Beans. And then we're probably expecting Zipping Whiskey to be 3 back the fence as they go through the first turn here at Wenny from the 520 metre boxes. Number 3, which is Nando Bennett, finished 6th in its heat behind Can You Smoke 'Em. It was on debut, it was beaten 15.5 lengths, but it is out of a very good producer in Lily Banner.
Spot on, Duke. Beautifully drawn on the inside. As I just alluded to, he's a moderate beginner. He hasn't got a great deal of early pace, but he is very, very strong. He has run home in around 11.60 odd, or a little over around here. If he just stays within striking range of the leaders, I think he'll be too strong.
Number 5 is Smell Like Beans for Kayla Jane Coleman by SH Avatar out of her very good producer in Wear Out There. Look, it's had the benefit, I should say, of 2 race starts today. Hasn't impressed, but it could be a Greyhound that just needs that experience.
Yeah, true, Duke. He would need to improve. He actually began well when he was on debut here, and he showed a bit of speed. He stayed wide, so he's not too badly drawn in box 5, but he got into midfield down the back, and then he just dropped out of it. He really didn't show a great deal of strength at the end of his race, and he did run 30 and 82 overall, so he will need to improve on the clock, Duke.
6th, the green, is Zinzan Chopper. This Greyhound's also had the 2 race starts, 7th at the Gardens first up, and then 5th in that heat behind Can You Smoke Them, running 30 and 86 on the clock. It was beaten a long way and started $101.
Yeah, and he was very green. He struggled big time. He was beaten almost 15 lengths, and he did run 30 and 80 odd. So he's another who does need to find quite a deal on the clock.
And 8 the pink is Make Mine Scotch, trained by Cole Miller out of Million Creek in central western New South Wales. Only the one race started, finished 5th behind Wilson's Pick. That was the slowest of the 3 heats in the $1 Million Chase Maiden. Running 30 and 91 on the clock. Yeah,
Dukey began well, or she began well. She had a good turn of speed. She was dragged down at the first turn, then she copped a couple of bumps working into the back straight. Look, I think she's the big improver here. I think she is the main danger to the favourite. I think she's a big chance of going straight to the top. And if she does, from what I saw of her in the early part of the race, and you just watched her over the last, couple of 100 metres, I think she's a greyhound, probably looks around the 30 and 2 mark. So that could be good enough to take out this opener, Duke.
Yeah, and that 5:59 split that she ran in her debut performance came from box 5. Her sister, False Confidence, is in the $1 Million Chase Maiden final. It also wanted to get a little bit wide through that first turn, so she may be well drawn out in box 8 with number 8, Make Mine Scotch. And number 10, wearing the red, white and blue, is Monkey Business for trainer Alan Proctor. 4 starts, just the 1 second. That came in a 400-metre maiden at Richmond, but a last start 6 here behind Wilson's Pick.
Moderately way on that occasion, checked at the first turn. I think he is a big improver with a clearer run. Duke, he's a nicely bred greyhound by Zambora Brocky out of Chevy Lady. Not too badly drawn wider out on the track. As I mentioned, I think he can improve sharply on his only run here at Woodworth Park.
Yeah. Look, it is a tricky race. I don't think I want to take the $1.45 about the red with borrowed money. And look, it probably gets the run of the race and it probably wins. But I can't back it at $1.45. I've tipped it, but I just can't back it.
Yeah, I've got to be in his corner as well, Duke, but very hard to chime into the $1.47 at that current quote. Although I think he is the likely winner of the race, he's at a very skinny quote for a greyhound who is more than likely going to be back last or, second last after 40 or 50 metres. But he is well drawn on the inside. If he just hugs the running rail through the first turn, he might just get a saloon passage through working to the back straight. As I mentioned, he is very strong, so if he does stay within range, I think he'll be too strong and too powerful at the end.
Yeah, and the small field obviously suits. There's Cole Miller with number 8, Make Mine Scotch. Look, if you're looking for Quinellas and Exactas, probably the wings have got it here. Greyhounds 1 and 8, Sipping Whiskey and Make Mine Scotch. There's a pun there, Battler, but we'll have a drink about that a little bit later. Greyhounds are about to make their way towards the 520-metre starting boxes. If we can, we may take a look at the market for the $1 Million Chase. It is race number 10 on the card, Timmy. And, as we were talking about on Behind the Boxes, our podcast earlier in the week, it is a race. There's a couple of different scenarios. The one scenario that we definitely agree on is that Hold On Fire leads from box 2.
Yeah, he is a lead pinger. He's got a great turn of speed. He ran 5:30 opening section leading all of the way in 29.73, winning his semi-final last Friday night. On those early sections, he is a clear leader, Duke. He hasn't got a great deal of strength on his side, but I think he'll be improved by a couple of 500-metre runs. He has been spec'd in the market. He was $26 earlier on in the week, and as you can see on the screen, he's into $14. He's on fire. But the favourite at the moment is the well-tried French Martini for Peter Legogiani.
Yeah, and they bet $6.50 about McInerney off box 1. I was just talking to Brendan Purcell downstairs before we came on air. Very happy with the week that the dogs had. Travelled back up to Sydney, but look, it's an intriguing race. We're obviously going to talk more about it as the night progresses, but as I say, we look at the May renewal of the $1 Million Chase, and Pearl, she only had to lead and she wins, but tonight there are 4 or 5 genuine hopes of winning this race. All right, Greyhounds are making their way towards the 520-metre starting boxes. The favourite, and it's been rock solid since the scratchings came out this morning, and that is Zipping Whiskey at around that $1.45 quote. A speck of money for the pink, which is Make Mine Scotch, 480 into 460. That's the market for race number 10 at Wenty. If we can just get the bottom frame up for race number 1 at Wenty. So you can disregard those bottom third supers we got coming up. There's 5, the yellow, and that is Smell Like Beans. 6, the green, is Zinzan Chopper, one of the roughies in the races. We go to 10, the red, white and blue, Monkey Business for trainer Alan Proctor. And 8 the pink is for Cole Miller from Mullion Creek. And 8 the pink is Make Mine Scotch. $4.80 out to $4.90, out to $5, back into $4.80. So Zipping Whiskey at around that $1.45 quote. Look, again, it's had 4 starts. It's got a bit of experience, and Mick Hartman is undoubtedly aiming this dog up for a middle distance. Probably just like to get its maiden out of the way.
Yeah, I dare say you're right on the mark there, Mark. He's an astute trainer, Mick Hardman, and no doubt in time he will get over the middle journey, this Greyhound Zipping Whiskey, but just trying to win his maiden here tonight over the 520, and he's perfectly drawn on the rails.
Okay, boxes 2 and 4 are vacant in the opening event. Just the 6 runners to go. Round 10, the red, white and blue Monkey Business will start from box number 7. And this is the maiden consolation final. The $1 Million Chase maiden final is race 3 on the card. Race 2 is the Young Star consolation. And the final of the Young Star is race number 4 on the card. But they're moving over behind the boxes. I'm with Zipping Whiskey, not with a lot of confidence. I don't want to take the price. I think it wins, but
I concur, Duke. I've got to be in the corner of Zipping Whiskey, but I can't take that very skinny quote.
all right, Greyhounds are being boxed for race number 1. Matt Jackson has the honour of calling yet another $1 Million Chase here at Wentworth Park, because the Greyhounds are being placed into the boxes for the opening event on 2022 MDC night.
Thank you, Jason, and also Russ from Sky Sports Radio. Say it again, go Cats. So the green light is on. First on tab $1 Million Chase night. They're ready. Racing now. Zipping Whiskey walked out his last early, not unusual. Nando Banner began fast. Leads to the first turn from Make Mine Scotch. Getting right up on the rail now. Zipping Whiskey going to third. They're followed by Smell Like Beans. Wellbag Zinzan Chopper, and last is Monkey Business. Off the back straight, it's Nando Banner by 2. But here comes the favourite. Zipping Whiskey to the outside, and he sweeps up now. Zipping Whiskey's taken the lead. He's charged away. He's a promising dog, Zipping Whiskey. He won it by 6 lengths, Nando Banner. Third, Make Mine Scotch. Fourth's either Zinzan Chopper or Monkey Business. Last home, Smell Like Beans. The time, 29.93.
1, 3, 8 and 6, 1, 3, 8 and 6 to race number 1 here on the card at Wentworth Park, the $1 Million Chase maiden consolation. He scored in the end by more than 5 lengths, but I tell you what, he fell out of the boxes, Timmy, but the small field helped him immensely. He stuck to the rails. He got a beautiful run through at the first turn. Yeah, and he was drawn to get that beautiful run through, Duke. He, as we've mentioned a few times, he has walked out of the boxes in basically every run he's had so far. He did it again tonight, but he got that run through, and we know how strong he is. There's no doubt Mick will get him over the middle journey and hopefully over the 700 metres later in his career. But he's knocked over the maiden tonight. He's a progressive type, but gee, Duke, if he's going to be able to mix it as he does get up in grade, he's got to mend those box manners, because even if you do get up to the 600 metres and the half mile, Duke, you can't begin like that. He was obviously leaning way back into the box, and that's the problem that, you know, greyhounds that have had 4 and 5 starts, and they're doing that, Timmy. It's not something they're easily taught to get out of, and that's the problem for dogs like him. That, you know, yeah, they flood home and they look really, you know, strong and impressive, but it's because they're doing no work in the early stages.
Absolutely, and he was in a smaller field there too, Duke. He had his alley. As you could see, that front vision there, when he came out of the boxes, he was hugging the rails. He didn't want to leave the rails, and he went through that first turn right up against the paint, but then he hooked out wide down the back straight around the leader and just way too strong at the end.
All right, Mick Hardman kicks off $1 Million Chase night here at Wentworth Park with a winner, and Mick Cowley is speaking with Mick now.
Mick Hardman, congratulations, $1 Million Chase night. You've kicked it off with a win, but how was the heart when the boxes open with that dog?
Oh, look, he plays up bad in the boxes. It's taken him, what, 4 or 5 runs to sort of, hopefully the penny's dropped. His career is going to be over the longer distance, there's no doubt about it.
It's good to get the maiden out of the way, that's the key, isn't it?
Yeah, I was coming in tonight saying, do I go to Richmond next week or start stepping him up? But look, Camo's here, so I hope it's a start of a good night for those guys.
As you said, stepping him up, how quickly will you step him up now?
Very quickly now, very quickly. He's got no future over the 500s.
Is this just always the thing with him stepping out of the boxes, just never jumps?
The whole litter's the same. They're just, I wouldn't say they're slow early, they're just bad box dogs at the moment. So He slipped here on Tuesday night. He broke the 15 from the water meter, which only the good dogs do, and he went good early, so he has got speed. It's just a bad box dog.
Mate, congratulations. You kicked off the night well, and good luck when he steps up.
Thank you, Mick. Cheers.
Mick Cowley with Mick Hardman there, and Zipping Whiskey, race 1, number 1. Look, there he is. He's pretty much last at the winning post the first time around, but a sniper cam will show us that.
Getting right up on the rail now, Zipping.
He gets that run through, Timmy, and that's what, really sets him up for victory.
Yeah, got into fresh air and then it was all over at that point, Duke, because the leader, Nando Banner, was only average on debut and didn't find the line at all. And with the motor he's got, and we know how strong he is, it was all over down the back straight. As you heard in that interview, Mick isn't kidding himself. He knows his future is over the middle and longer journeys. He wouldn't be able to win too many 500-metre races getting up into 5th grade or higher when you're walking out of the boxes like that, Duke.
Yeah, I think we'll see him at 600 at probably Dapto Thursday or Richmond on Friday.
I would say Mick might head to Richmond, maybe.
Yep. 140 and 110 about Zipping Whiskey, 280 for Nando Banner, no third make mine Scotch. The first 4 pays $56.70. The numbers 1, 3, 8 and 6. The time on the first there at Wenty was 29 and 93, which, look, given the light sprinkling of rain we've had, Timmy, and the fact that his PB before that was 30 and 13, look, we've seen this track really, really fast in the last couple of weeks. Last Saturday it was lightning, 29.46 for Bandit Jane, 29.28 Gatlin on the Friday night. So, if we get a little bit of drying wind, in the next hour or so, it wouldn't surprise me to see them really roar around here as well.
Yeah, I don't know whether we'll get down to those 29.20 odd, which was run last week by Gatlin, but yeah, not too bad. 29.93. You can tell how much he has improved on his previous PBs, Zipping Whiskey. But I would imagine the MDC winner, you'll be running around the 29.4, 29.5 mark tonight.
Yep. All right, race 2 here at Wentworth Park tonight is the Young Star Consolation. The Young Star final is race 4. Race number 2, Punters Bandit off the inside at $3. The favourite is Red Hot Frankie at $2.65. 10 you're keeping at $4.25. The only other runner under double figure odds is number 2, Wiradjuri Jack for Neil Staines at $8.50. We'll take a break here on our showcase coverage from Wentworth Park on $1 Million Chase Night. There is Zipping Whiskey taking out race 1 here at Wentworth Park on $1 Million Chase night, and Mick Hartman kicks off a winning night. Hopefully Mick's got a few more winners in store. Race number 2 on the card, the Young Star Consolation over the 520 metres. Punters Bandit comes up with a box 1 in this, currently around the $3 quote. Red Hot Frankie at $2.65, Tanya keeping at $4.25. Timmy, Punters Bandit win here on Wednesday night was outstanding. It got into all sorts of trouble, still ran 29.87, but the way it did it on Wednesday night was very impressive.
Really was, Duke, and her run home time was 11:38. They don't come home any quicker than that around here, Duke. She got poleaxed at the first turn, got balanced up again, set out after the leaders, got a run through down the back straight, but then she found the line like a runaway freight train. Red Hot Frankie has been off the map here, went up around the $3.80 mark and has continued to firm all day today and is now into a clear favourite at $2.65.
And she's the expected leader. We saw her lead up last week in the heat here where Zipping Orlando, she had the misfortune to have Zipping Orlando camped on her backside. But prior to that, she'd had 3 starts here at Wentworth Park for 3 wins, running around that 5:43, 5:45 mark to the first split. And look, it is box 6, but she's proven so far in 10 stars to be a near faultless beginner.
Yeah, don't worry about the box draw, Duke. If she begins like she generally does, she's got the early speed to charge over, take control here, and she only needs to run around that 29.7, which she's been running to run an almighty race here. At a latest run, she ran 5:49, 17.96, home at 11.81, but Zipping Orlando got straight there, working into the back straight and was too good. He's a Greyhound who has got the X factor. He's unbeaten in 7 runs, so it was not a bad effort to finish runner-up behind him on that occasion.
Yeah, she lost no admirers last Saturday night. I guess the question is going to be, where will Punters Bandit be in that run of the first turn? Tanya keeping out wide, a little bit of pace, probably gets the run across with Red Hot Frankie.
Sure does, and if she does get across behind Red Hot Frankie, she'll knuckle down when it matters. She's run around the 29.70 odd around here too. I think that's what you're going to have to be running to win this race, Duke. What do you make of Punters Bandit from the inside alley? She did win here from the rails a couple of runs ago and then again on Wednesday night, but she will have pressure in this race coming across. Is that a concern for you?
It is, but again, look, I know it was a lower class 5th grade here on Wednesday night, but just the way that she did it. I spoke to Andy earlier today. He thinks that she can punch up off the red tonight. He just thinks the more racing she has, the better that she'll be. She lines up for start number 9 tonight. She's had 3 wins, all of them here at Wentworth Park. If she can just hold the fence and not be pressured in the early stages, I tell you what, the 2 leaders will know that they've got a dog on their backside, because, as she said, her run home time the other night was absolutely phenomenal.
Yeah, it really was out of this world. They don't really run home in, under 11.40. That is Group 1 dogs coming home under 11.40, Duke. So if she stays within striking distance of the leaders, working to the back straight, she's the Greyhound you do want to be on.
Certainly is, and Punters Bandit will be lining up tonight for start number 3 out of the red box. She's victorious in her 2 previous, both of them here at Wentworth Park, as the Greyhounds are in the preview area. But look, the money's coming for her a little bit now, but as you said earlier, there was a torrent of support for Red Hot Frankie. That 350, 360 quote into $2.80.
I dare say that is probably the putters who have done the speed map on the race and have Red Hot Frankie a clear leader, and they're banking on Punters Bandit and Tanya Keeping being a little back in the pack, and they're probably relying on the Greyhounds, the calibre of Wiradjuri Jack. Tough to get out, probably getting to second and maybe holding those stronger Greyhounds up through the first turn into the back straight. There is one Greyhound in this race, Duke, who is a big roughie. Number 5, Palawa King for Jack Smith. Got into all sorts of bother in his heat last week, but his run to finish 3rd in the end was really good. He's had 3 runs here. He hasn't had a great deal of luck in any of those 3, and he is knocking on the door, this Greyhound. He's around the 25-30 to 1 tonight. I think you should be having something very small on this Greyhound, Palawa King, because I think he'll be winning a race here very soon. Whether that is tonight remains to be seen.
Yeah, the other one also at massive odds that has put time on the board here and is a 5-time winner is What About That? Another of Andy Lord's in this event from box number 4 for What About That? 29.79 best here. it's around the $41 quote. It went around the Group 1 Vic Peters Classic final.
He sure did back in early July, so we know he's got a bit of quality about him, and he is going around at a big price.
All right, let's go through these greyhounds as they step out onto the track for race number 2, the Young Star Consolation and Punters Bandit. 8 career starts, 3 wins, 3 minors by Good Odds Harada out of Book of Luck. She's a full sister to We Don't Share, who took out the $1 Million Chase Maiden final earlier in May.
Yeah, beautifully bred greyhound, great record track and trip, and we've just alluded to that victory on Wednesday night when she ran 29.87. She attacked the line, that run home time of 11.38. She's got an undeniable chance.
Yeah, around the 310, 320 with bookies at the moment. To the checks is Wiradjuri Jack for Neil Staines from Yass. He finished second behind Zipping Sabrina last week in a heat. Ran 29.97 on the clock.
Yeah, not a bad effort, Duke, but from box number 2, does need to punch up. Might be able to hold a position maybe behind the likely leader, Red Hot Frankie, and can finish in the minor money.
Grim Madara, the second of Andy Lord's runners here from box number 3. 2 wins from 19 starts at the track. Third behind Sabrina last week.
Yeah, he's a capable type when he does put it all together, but they've been few and far between here, having won only 2 races from the 19 you've just mentioned, Duke. But if he did turn up in his best form, he's certainly capable of finishing in the money.
And for the blue, what about that? A Group 1 Vic Peters Classic finalist earlier this year. As I said, 5 wins here, best of 29.79. It was a handy run, went second behind Reflections, although beaten 4 lengths.
Yeah, went off the boil for a little while there for 4 or 5 weeks, and a much better run when he finished runner-up behind Reflections at his latest run. Tricky draw to contend with, but does go around at a big price, a little roughy.
All right, another one of the roughies you like, number 5, Palawa King for Jack Smith. It ran third behind Reflections, beaten 5 1/4 lengths. It's had 3 starts here at Winnie. That was its best performance today.
Yeah, hasn't had a great deal of luck in any of those 3 runs, Duke. He's a bit touchy at box rise. He has got a turn of speed, but he does hit the ground at a big price. You've got to throw something very small on him.
Red Hot Frankie, the second of Jack Smith's runners here, and Red Hot Frankie, as I said, 4 starts here at Winnie now, 3 wins, 1 second. Had the misfortune to beat to run into Zipping Orlando last week when it sat on her tail, and she was beaten 3 1/4, going 29.77. A new PB for her, all the same.
Yeah, she's one of the best bets on the program in my view. She's a brilliant beginner, got a great turn of speed. I think she charges over, she leads. It is then you look for the stronger greyhounds in Punters Bandit and Tanya Keeping where they do land, but I'm really keen on Red Hot Frankie.
Tanya Keeping for John and Minnie Finn from box number 7. It ran third behind Bandit Jane in the fastest of the runoffs, 29.46. It was beaten 4 1/4 lengths, going 29.76.
Really unlucky at her latest run, and prior to that didn't have a great deal of luck at all. She's done really well to finish in the money at her past couple of runs around here. She's got a very quick PB. She needs to tag Red Hot Frankie across at the first turn. If she does, she'll be hard to hold out.
And 8 the pink is Spring Meteor for Josh Board. It finished second behind Winlock All Over, going 30 and 25. A little bit of support for this greyhound, $30 into around the 26 mark.
Yeah, not a bad effort at his latest run, but will need to run a PB. Duke hasn't broken 30 seconds and will need to in this race.
All right, Battler's Banker.
Red Hot Frankie, one of the better bets on the card.
Okay, I'm with Punters Bandit off the inside at around that $3 quote, and Red Hot Frankie just gets out of touch as well. All right, to call them in race number 2 at Wentworth Park, visiting from the Northern Rivers, the top race caller up there, here's Mark Arundale.
The green light. Bunny rolls, we're set for a break. Race 2, Winnie. Ready. Racing, Punters Bandit got away okay. Beginning well was Red Hot Frankie. It'll match motors with Punters Bandit in the run to the corner, trying to get across Red Hot Frankie, and will find the lead. Zipping up around it was Spring Meteor, followed by behind those Grim Madara. Shuffle back was Punters Bandit. Wiradjuri Jack, Palawa King. Well back was Tanya Keeping. And what about that sees them all? Taking over on the side was Spring Meteor. Shot a length and a half on Red Hot Frankie. Running on behind those was Grim Madara. Still in front was Spring Meteor. Out flashing home Punters Bandit. Punters Bandit, big win, beats Grim Madara, Red Hot Frankie, and just behind those Spring Meteor. Tanya Keeping was well back with Palawa King, Wiradjuri Jack, and what about that at the tail?
Punters Bandit comes with a flooding finish to get up and score 1, 3, 6 and 8 the time, 29 and 95. She was fourth back on the fence as they came to that home turn. Spring Meteor out in front, Red Hot Frankie, Grim Madara getting off, and look at the split for Punters Bandit. And as we said pre-race, her finishing burst here on Wednesday was unbelievable. She's reproduced it again tonight.
Yeah, they opened up like the Sydney heads on the home turn for her to get through, and when it did come that run, it was all over because she's so powerful at the end, and she won running away at the finish, Duke. She is a very talented greyhound who will no doubt get up to the middle journey and longer journey as her career progresses along. But yeah, she parked fourth down the back. She had pressure early, but she kept on punching. She got into fresh air, and as I mentioned, the run came on the home turn and she took full advantage of it.
Yeah, I was chatting with Andy about her this morning, and again, the thing was that, you know, he thinks that she'll get 700 metres, so Punters Bandit a big future in there. That was her fourth win here at Wentworth Park, and her handler, Paul Mills, is trackside with Mick Cowley.
Joined by Paul Mills. Paul's told me that he's got to get to the kennel for the next one, Mark. I don't know what's happening there, but congratulations, Paul. Pretty handy performance, great finishing burst.
Yeah, for sure. She's shown what she can do, and I don't think you'll even see the better of her till she gets over big ground, hopefully the 700.
Has Andy spoken about stepping her up pretty soon?
No, he'll just see what happens and go through her grades, and not at the moment, he'll just see what happens.
Congratulations on getting one out of the bag, $1 million chase night.
No worries, thank you.
Well, Paul Mills, the handler there of Punters Bandit in race number 2, and Mick was alluding to the fact that we've got Kenya Smoke Them in the next race. Race 1, box 1 wins. Race 2, box 1 wins. Please let race 3, box 1 win with Kenya Smoke Them. But look, she began all right. Red Hot Frankie got her there on that first turn. I thought she was actually going to punch up and sit second, but just got pushed back a little bit.
Yeah, Red Hot Frank was actually a bit unlucky there because she got a little bit of an ankle tap at the judge, and then when she was crossing Punters Bandit, had a bit of a bumping duel, and for a greyhound like her, she's a high-speed greyhound and needed to get across, get an easier lead than what she did. So she was a sitting shot really mid-race when she couldn't get to the top, and it was really run to suit Punters Bandit when she was parked fourth down the back straight, and we know how strong she is. She was just too good, Jude.
Yeah, and a Quinella to Andy Lord with Grim Madara finishing in second spot. So 1, 3, 6 and 8. That is the Young Star consolation here at Wentworth Park. Race number 2 on the card, and some happy punters there. Look at that. Home goes the red. And the boys and girls are cheering. So a good crowd getting here at Wentworth Park. $4 million chase night, 29.95 the winning time with a 5.50 first split to Red Hot Frankie. As I said, race 3 on the card. The first of our big features. This is the second time this year that we've had the $1 million chase Maiden to be conducted. I was lucky enough to win it earlier in the year with We Don't Share, who had box 4. And tonight I've got Kenya Smoke Them, again with Andy Lord off the inside. He's at $1.60 and short price favourite. Wilson's Pick at $21. Number 10, Zipping Sterling, now comes into box 3. It's second pick in the market at $5. Zipping Senorita into box 4 at $17. Jarky for Andrew Crouch at $6.50. False Confidence at $6.50. Miss Songbird the Roughie at $26. I can tell you, since his 29.82 heat win, Timmy, he's had 2 goes up Andy straight over the 425 metres. And he, in Andy's words, he is flowing.
Yeah, look, it's his race to lose, particularly after the scratchings, Duke. He's going to go around at $1.60 or even shorter. Yeah, there's no doubt. You're right on song to take out the second $1 million chase Maiden. Yeah, it's his race to lose, Duke.
It is. No mocks, please. We're going to take a short break here on our showcase coverage, and when we come back, we'll have a whole lot more, including race 3, the $1 million chase Maiden final. And that is Punters Bandit roaring home to win race number 2 here at Wentworth Park. The Youngstar Consolation, race 3 on the card, is the $1 Million Chase Maiden final. It's over the 520 metres. Let's take a look at the speed map and also the market for this. And I can tell you off the inside, Can You Smoke Them has been favourite. He's been favourite even when the other 3 runners were in this race, and one of them, Commodore Cost, was the second pick. Can You Smoke Them? They bet 2.15 early doors, Timmy. With deductions, he's into around that $1.60 quote.
And he's beautifully drawn on the inside, Duke, underneath Wilson's pick, who did lead all of the way in her heat victory, but she began quickly, showed speed. But if you go back and look at the replays, which there's no doubt you have, she got very wide through the first corner. So your bloke with a clean getaway, geez, he's a lovely looking type. I love a red fawn grey.
First dog ever owned was a red fawn dog. And I reckon it's probably been 20, 25 years since I've actually had another red fawn dog. So, look, he's so well drawn, Timmy. The boys told me he still hasn't stepped as well as he can. His run home was terrific. Again, Andy was full of confidence this morning. He said if he comes out and just gets that little bit of clear air early, don't be surprised if he runs around 29.6 or 7. So you're in 29.82 in his heat. I don't care if he takes 33 seconds as long as he wins. But you're right. Look, he should get a great run with, particularly with Wilson's pick on his outside. And then you've got 2 slow beginners in Zipping Sterling and Zipping Senorita in boxes 3 and 4. So, look, all things being equal, you know, if you can run up to his heat time, he wins the final. He's a deserved short price favourite.
He's sure. It's actually pretty similar to race 1, Duke, in Zipping Whiskey. It was his race to lose, and I think this is how it is with your bloke. He's got his alley. He's the quickest greyhound in the race. He's got a wider runner in box 2. So with a even fair getaway, Duke, he's going to be in that striking spot at the first turn to drive up on the rails, take control, and if he does lead working to the back, these greyhounds can't run him down.
He is a good-looking boy, Smokey, isn't he? Look at the ears are pricked. He's up. He's about. All right, number 2 is Wilson's pick. Now, Wilson's pick from Martin Bowe was having her debut performance. Look, she ran slow time at 30 and 51, but a really fast first split of 5:42. The great thing about it was it was Martin Bowe's first ever win here over the 520 metres. I love hearing stories like that. Yeah,
and he can train a winner, Martin. I remember the mum, Len's Pick, by Aston DB had a Len's Pick. Len's Pick was really good to me on the provincial tracks around the Gardens and Maitland. She was a very, very speedy type, and she's thrown a bit of speed into her daughter here, Wilson's Pick. Look, I think she'll improve on that 30 and 51, Duke. She needs to, but with that early pace, she'll make her own luck through the race on the speed, bowling along in front. She just needs to get a little stronger to be a winning chance.
Yeah. Greyhounds 3, 4 and 5 are all scratched. Number 6 is Jarkey for Andrew Crouch out of a terrific race bitch in Big Butters. Finished second on debut behind Commodore Cost. Ran 5:51 of the first mark, so it showed enough pace to be up there in the early stages.
Began well and did show a good turn of speed. Got a half a check at the first turn. Lost momentum. Gallant effort, finishing runner-up in 30 and 34. I've got no doubt he can improve on the clock. He's another greyhound who's beautifully bred by Kinloch Bray out of Big Butters, and Big Butters made the inaugural $1 Million Chase here in 2018.
7 the Black has forced confidence. It ran 3rd behind Can You Smoke Them in the heat. It had reportedly trialled around the 29.8, 29.9 mark. Again showed pace, running 5:50 to the first mark, 30 and 21 overall, and will have derived benefit from that debut performance.
Yeah, right on the mark there, Duke, and he's well drawn wider out. He got wide through that first turner. It was a really solid performance, as you just mentioned. I think he'll take a stack of benefit out of his debut run. I didn't hear that he had trialled that quick. Now knowing that, hey, he could be the big danger to your bloke if that is the case.
Yeah, look, I think he is the danger. I just, you know, 1 strawn 1 and 1 strawn 8. That's the way I've read the race. 1 strawn 7, I should say. 8 the pink is Miss Songberg for Christine Kirby of Orange. Ran second behind Wilson's Pick in that slowest of the 3 qualifiers, 30 and 55 on the clock. It's a veteran of 20 starts already.
Yeah, she's had many opportunities to break her maiden. I don't think she'll be doing that tonight. She's probably better suited back on the provincial circuit.
9, the green and white, is Zipping Senorita for Mick Hardman, who took out the opening event with Zipping Whiskey, and this greyhound finished third behind Wilson's Pick. It lines up for start number 8 tonight. It's been here 3 times previously.
Moderately away at her latest run. She got squeezed up after balancing up, lost ground, but then she knuckled down and she was really strong to the line. She got to the line in 11.68 or thereabouts. She's a rough chance.
And 10, the red, white and blue, Zipping Sterling for John and Minnie Finn. It finished 4th behind Kenya Smoke Them in the heat, which was 10 nights back. Previous to that, finished 3rd at Richmond over the 520 metres.
Put a line through his run. He had no luck at all behind your bloke when he finished 4th. He's been hard in the market in all 3 runs, Duke, so that says to me he has trialled in pretty good fashion. He's a capable greyhound, so look, I can see him finishing in the money here. He just needs a little bit of luck through that first turn. He is drawn to the outside of the wide-running Wilson's Pick.
Yeah, look, I don't think she'll worry him. I think she'll be off and gone before he balances up. He's an average beginner, but I see him parking on the fence, Timmy. There'll be pace from False Confidence out in box number 7. Wilson's Pick or Spear out, I think, from box number 2, and we're just hoping that Kenya Smoke Them comes out with them and gets clear air in the early stages. But good luck to all connections in the $1 Million Chase Maiden final. It's worth $15,000 to the winner, and Kenya Smoke Them is firms even further now into $1.45. Second pick in the market was False Confidence, and then I should say Zipping Sterling, but all the money with Kenya Smoke Them. He's my best bet.
Yeah, as I mentioned, it's his race to lose, Duke. He's got his alley. He's the quickest greyhound in the race. Wilson's Pick should run cover for him at the first term. He does look the winner. Good luck.
Thank you very much, buddy. So if you're looking for dangers, I thought False Confidence will be probably sitting up 2nd or 3rd in the early stages. Zipping Sterling will be the one running home. And again, it's just a matter of whether they get the runs in the race that potentially the red runner is going to get. They're about to be boxed for race number 3. This is the $1 Million Chase Maiden final. It's worth $15,000 to the winner. We've only had 2 runnings of this prior, and I can tell you that the first one was won by Zipping Moose, trained by Luke Adams. It went on to win the Group 1 National Derby. The second one was won by We Don't Share, which I was lucky enough to own. He won the $1 Million Chase Maiden final here in May, going a race record time of 29 and 99. So greyhounds are beside the boxes for race number 3 on the card. A last look at the market, and it's all about Kenya Smoke Them from box number 1. He's at around the $1.45 quote. So not sure why we've got this slight delay. Oh, we're 35 seconds out from start time. They got there very early. False Confidence out to $7.50. Miss Songbird, the roughie in the race, at $51. Zipping Senorita for Mick Hardman, number 9 on the sheet. It was a rough price, and then Zipping Sterling around this $5 or $6 mark.
If you are playing multis, Duke, I think you've got to include Zipping Senorita for Mick Hardman. Hasn't got a great deal of early pace, but really, really strong at the end. If you played at Kenya Smoke Them to win and Zipping Senorita to finish in the minor money, I don't think you'll be too far off. I think it's a really good place bet here, Duke, number 9.
All right, greyhounds are about to be boxed away. This is race 3, the $1 Million Chase Maiden final. The favourite wears the red rug, and that is Kenya Smoke Them. With his call, here's Mark Arundale.
So they're moving up well. Race 3, the $10 Million Chase Maiden final. 160, Kenya Smoke Them. Clear favourite, $5 Zipping Sterling. Green light. Set to run. Racing now. Wilson's Pick bounced out fast from box 2 and will lead down past the judge on Kenya Smoke Them, who sticks with her early. Into 3rd placing, Zipping Sterling getting up on the rails, and 4th is False Confidence. They're followed next in the field there by Darchke. Well back here, Zipping Senorita, and last Miss Songbird off the back straight, and Kenya Smoke Them made his move, and he's raced to the lead now from Wilson's Pick, then Zipping Sterling. But around the home turn, it's all the favourite Kenya Smoke Them sprinting away, and Kenya Smoke Them beat Zipping Sterling by 6. 3rd in False Confidence just from Wilson's Pick. They're followed home then by Zipping Senorita, Darchke and Miss Songbird. It's a good time, 29.67.
Kenya Smoke Them takes out the $1 Million Chase Maiden final. 1:10. Wilson's Pick led them up, but he got the perfect run in behind her. And he's run what we thought he would, Timmy. He's run 29.67 at start number 6. And he's got a bit of a future, this boy, I can tell you that.
4 words: the rich get richer.
I don't know about that.
It was a pretty easy ride, Duke, when he began beautifully. He got bird off by Wilson's pick, which we knew that had happened, but he just drove up. He held second position. He put pay to her down the back straight, and it was game, set, and match at that point in the race. 29.67. You did allude that prior. You thought he could go quicker, and he has. And here's Sniper Can. Look at him just park second. And at this point, how confident were you here?
I just wanted him to get it. Like Andy says, mate, we never crow. We never crow. But down the back, when he's sitting behind Wilson's pick and there was 3 or 4 gap, you know, to zipping Sterling and that, I was very, very confident. So very, very happy to win back-to-back $1 million chase maidens. And he's very, very diligent handler. Paul Mills is trackside with Mick Cowley.
Another $1 million chase maiden for you.
Yep, back to back for Mr. Duclos.
He's a very happy owner up there.
So he should be.
Paul, he's pretty impressive. The way he got straight to second, you would have been pretty confident with the strength that he does have late.
Yeah, he only had to come out safely, I believe. He's still a bit green and a little bit nervy with the crowd and everything, but he's got a bit of raw talent, as he posted tonight.
At 29.67, yeah, there's obviously still scope for improvement. It's got to be pretty impressive at this stage of his career.
Yeah, I'm not sure of his age, but he's still young and there's got to be a fair bit left in him.
Has Andy spoken about for the future, or was it just a case of get through this series first and we'll worry about that later?
Yeah, for sure. Just see what happens and take him along softly and go through the grades.
Congratulations, great start to the night.
No worries. Well done, Duke.
Thank you, Paulie Mills. Well done, brother. And we get back-to-back $1 million chase maidens. 15 jumps in. We need it, let me tell you. We spend enough on them. He's actually by Knocker Norris, a great old side to me. There's not a lot of vials around, but look, he sits second. He's got that big galloping. The front legs really get out. He really tries, and he sits here behind Wilson's pick, and then he just hooks around it. He's got a wrap on him as far as being a smart dog is concerned. So he is off and gone on the home turn. And as I said, we thought he'd run around that 29.6 mark. He's run right up to it. And look, it's certainly not the bottom of him in any way.
And it's a case of he's just improved and improved. I know early days, Duke, you did grab me and say, geez, we've got a nice young pup. But, you know, he came through that Golden Maiden.
Yep.
And now, you know, what did you make of him through that? Whatever he was going to take a lot of experience. Was he ready for that?
Oh yeah, he was ready. He trialled 24.6. He struck trouble in the final, and look, it was just a case of him learning how to race. We backed him here one night when Zipping Sabrina and Punters Bandit beat him. He led up and got beat a length in 30-0. It was $15 into $7. And then he won his heat at a short price, and he's won again. Any price a winner, Timmy Newbold.
Oh, everyone's crying for you. 15. You got beat once.
Let me tell you. The 4 happiest people about Can You Smoke Them winning tonight are my 4 grandchildren, Frankie, Isla, Evie, and Bowie, because they're on 10% of all my dogs. Right? So 750 jumps into them. My daughter Chantal will be very happy as well. So that was race 3. But I've got a little. I've got to jump down to the presentation, so I'm going to leave it with you. And there's the medal I'm about to get it. I'll be back in about 3 minutes.
Well done, Duke, as he heads down to the presentation area to take the trophy for his second $1 million chase maiden. Well done, Duke, and no doubt he's a greyhound who will be winning many more races. Let's move it over to race number 4, which is the Greyhound Race in New South Wales Young Star Final. It goes in around 14 minutes from now. The favourite is number 1, Bandit Jane. Andy Lord. Can they win another? 3 on the trot at $3.30. Showman Jack for Johnny Smart, $3.80. $3.50, the unbeaten Zipping Orlando. And then wider out to Fat Boy's Charm for Mark Davidson at $8.50. Race number 4, one of the other features, Young Star Final, due to go in a little under 14 minutes. We're going to take a break and we'll be back at Wentworth Park in a few moments' time.
Yes, mate.
It's a long way down there, Battler. I didn't realise that. Paul Mills, Can You Smoke Them? And some bloke that's just jumped in for a photo there. Very happy. Can You Smoke Them wins the MDC Maiden final. The second running of it this year. Bit greedy, I guess, to win two, but so be it.
You've always been greedy.
Please, I've looked after you all your life. That was the first of our features. The second of our features here at Wentworth Park on $1 Million Chase Night is the Young Star Final. $25,000 goes to the winner of this event. The fastest heat winner, the heats we conducted last Saturday night, was Bandit Jane running 29.46, but there's 3 or 4 really nice young pups going around here, none better than Zipping Orlando, who has so far been to the races 7 times and he's gone home a winner 7 times.
He's a real weapon, Duke. He's got pretty good race sense. He can get himself out of a little bit of trouble if he does find himself in it in the early stages. He's got a big engine. When he gets rolling, he's got a great finish and capable of running flying over all times. He's got a tricky draw to contend with tonight, but as I just mentioned, he can get himself out of trouble if he is in traffic. He has done it a couple of times.
The pace is going to come from out wide, boxes 7 and 8, Reflections and Winlock all over. Bandit Jane, her chances of winning this really do depend on her stepping cleanly and not being pressured in the early stages, mate.
Yeah, she doesn't want a lot of pressure at all, Duke, and she has got pace in Zipping Sabrina, Fat Boy's Charm on her outside, who will be coming across looking to get to the rail. Shaman Jack, he's absolutely airborne. He can nail the jump on his night. He's got a mix of speed and strength. We've touched on Zipping Orlando. Winlock all over Duke in box 8. Beautifully drawn out there. Had box number 3 when leading all of the way at her latest run, but she wanted to take a right-hand step out of the boxes. So she's well drawn in the 8 alley tonight and will take a stack of benefit out of that run last time resuming.
Well, I'll give you a bit of an insider, Andy, who knows when he speaks to me, he's speaking to me as a journalist and that I may use the information that he tells me. Andy's only had the dog for around about 4 weeks. She went post to post here about 2 weeks back, going 24.31. Then she had her first 500 last Saturday night. He thinks she will improve immensely in the run home. He said she's blessed with brilliant early speed. Look, he's got Bandit Jane in the race as well, but he just thought, from the outside, if punters wanted to have something at each way odds, definitely don't overlook Winlock all over, who will start from box number 8. He thinks she'll improve significantly in the run home tonight, Timmy.
And she will need to improve in the run home, Duke, but if she's out in front, rolling along, running quick early and mid-race sectionals, even if she does get a little bit tired over the latter stages, she might set up a big enough lead mid-race and sneak home at the double-figure quote. It's worth an each-way ticket.
It certainly is. And Reflections on her inside will want to move across to the fence as well. And Reflections is also a smart beginner also. All right, Greyhounds are about to come onto the track here at Wentworth Park for race number 4. The Young Star Final, worth $25,000 to the winner. That is number 2, Zipping Sabrina there. I think Trish Barnes is handling Zipping Sabrina tonight. And number 1 is Bandit Jane. So we've had 3 races here at Wentworth Park so far. 3 box 1 winners. Will Bandit Jane continue that run tonight? The favourite here, it's a wide open market, 330 about the red Bandit Jane, but there's 3 or 4 of them that have met with good support so far. Let's go with them runner by runner as they make their way towards the 520 metre boxes here, Timmy. Number 1, Bandit Jane, has said her best career performance here last week by far, going 29.46.
Yeah, she's a touchy beginner, but she has got a mix of speed and strength. She doesn't want any pressure coming down from the outside, and I think she's going to get it here with her Zipping Sabrina on her outside and also Fat Boy's Charm showing early speed. She just needs clear, fresh air in the early and mid part of the race.
Yeah, she's a 5-time winner from 12 starts at Wentworth Park. To the checks is Zipping Sabrina, and this is the first of 2 runners for John Finn, and Zipping Sabrina was a heat winner going 29.84 when leading all the way, beating Wiradjuri Jack.
5, looking for 5 on the trot, Duke. She's a reliable beginner. She ran 5.45 opening section at her latest run when leading all of the way. She'll put herself in the firing line from the get-go. She's a little roughy.
Fat Boys Charm for Mark Davidson, Brandy Hill up in the Newcastle Hunter Valley region. It finished second behind Bandit Jane in the fastest of the runoffs, again clocking a new PB in that effort.
And loves racing around here, has been in the money in 9 of 15 runs, racing really, really well. She's another greyhound, or he is another greyhound who will make his own luck. He'll roll forward in the early stages, and I think he's got a great little each-way chance.
Yeah, and one with a great chance is number 4, Showman Jack, for Johnny and Julie Smart. He won here in 29.51. That was his 5th win from 11 starts here at Wenny last Saturday.
Yeah, great record track and trip. He's not too badly drawn in the centre of the line. He will run a straight line through that first corner. He's a reliable beginner. He's got that early pace to land on the lure and keep rolling along. He's got a fabulous chance.
5 the yellow, Zipping Orlando, hunting for 8 wins from 8 starts tonight. One of the real boom puppies, got a PB of 29.53.
Yeah, he's got the X factor, hasn't he, Zipping Orlando? As you mentioned, unbeaten. He ran quick time, 29.54, winning his heat, 5.58 early, so not a great deal of early pace. Then 18.01, he came home in 11.53. He's as strong as a bull, and he knows how to win his races. As we know, he's unbeaten, and he's got good race sense.
Rebel Ethics for Mark Ferrugia and Dave Smith. It won at Gosford 2 starts back over the 600, and then ran second here, running 29.64 behind Showman Jack.
Racing really well, has got plenty of strength on his side, but a really tricky draw to contend with.
7 the Black Reflections for Kerry Drynan. It's won its last 2 here, 4 from 7 at Wenny overall, a 29.98 winner last week.
Yeah, going really well, Duke, but this is a much bigger challenge tonight. Does need to improve on her PB, and in particular a 29.98 win here last time out.
And 8 the Pink is Winlock all over, the second runner for Andy and Jody Lord. They've got the wings in the Young Star final boxes, 1 and 8, Bandit Jane and Winlock all over. Having her first start for Andy last week, set a scorching pace out in front. She'll be better for that effort.
Sure will be. Strip fitter for the run, well drawn in box 8. Did have box number 3 last time out. Did want to take a step right shortly after box rise. Has got her alley, and I think she's a great little roughie.
Your on top tip?
Zipping Orlando, he's a greyhound who's got the X factor. He just knows how to win. I've got to be with him.
All right, Zipping Orlando is Battler's Banker. It's $3.50. My tip in race number 4. The Young Star is Zipping Orlando as well at that 350 quote. Big dangers, the 1, the 4 and the 8. You can't tip them all, but so I've gone with Zipping Orlando from box number 5. They're about to head over behind the 520-metre starting boxes here at Wentworth Park. This is race number 4, the Young Star final, worth $25,000 to the winner. He's Matt Jackson.
420 to 340, Zipping Orlando. His future superstar, who's unbeaten in his career. He's now outright favourite. He's into 320, so it's 320 Zipping Orlando, 340 Bandit Jane, Showman Jack the Big Drifter. He's been at 350 out to $5. So they're just about all ready to run. This is the Young Star. The green light turned on. Favourite will be box 5, Zipping Orlando. They're set. And they're racing now. Beginning fast, Fat Boys Charm from box 3 will lead it early from Rebel Ethics. Zipping Orlando's getting through on the rail, but then ran out of room and going around them. Reflections and Winlock all over. Zipping Orlando's getting balanced again. There followed Showman Jack. Well back is Bandit Jane last. Zipping Sabrina off the back straight now, and Zipping Orlando went through a needle-eye gap, and he's dashed to the lead now from Fat Boys Charm. They're followed by Bandit Jane. Zipping Orlando clear 8 out of 8. He is perfect. Zipping Orlando beats Fat Boys Charm and Bandit Jane. 4th home Showman Jack. They're followed in by Reflection, Zipping Sabrina. Winlock all over back towards the end. The time around 29.65. He is a superstar.
5, 3, 1 and 4. I tell you what, he's a pup on the rise, Timmy. That makes it 8 wins from 8 starts. That run home time 11.43, and he probably was what, 2 or 3 off them at that split.
Oh no, he couldn't possibly have come home in 11.2.
He wasn't in front when they went past that click. We'll get the time
check
on it.
that. He couldn't have come home in 11.2, surely. 5,
3, 1 and 4. Mini Barnes. Or Mini Finn, I should say. Mini Barnes. It shows you how old I am. 29.65. Look, he's begun well, and look, he just wanted to hunt straight to the fence behind 3 the white, which was Fat Boys Charm.
But then the 4 Greyhounds got across him. He's running 5th into the back. There was a scrimmage. He got a rails run, but he just knows how to win, Duke. He knows how to put himself into the race, and he did it there through the first turn into the back straight. And then when he got to the top, it was game, set and match, and he roared away, absolutely roared away in the latter stages. He is a Greyhound with a big future.
And there is Minnie Finn with her sister Trish Barnes as we head trackside, and Minnie is catching up with Mick Cowley.
Minnie, congratulations. One heck of a win from that dog.
No, tonight was a very exciting win.
The track sense that he showed up the back, yeah, that's special.
For sure, we've never had a dog at his age with the track sense. He just finds himself in trouble and just gets his way out of it and hits the line very hard.
You looked at the clock, the 11:43 run home. He wasn't leading at the time. That's amazing.
Yeah, no, he's later on down the track. I think he'll probably stay.
When did you realise how good this dog was going to be? He's obviously had 8 starts for 8 wins now. When did you know that this one's pretty special?
When we started putting him over 500, early on when he was going 3 on 4, he wasn't brilliant. But then as soon as we put him over 500, we knew we had something special.
Minnie, you've got 3 in the big race. Which is the pick?
In my heart, Gatlin, but I don't care which one wins, as long as I can win it.
Good luck in the big race. 3 in it. Congratulations on that win and well done.
Thank you.
Minnie Finn there with Mick Cowley, and look, there's Zipping Orlando from box 5 wearing the yellow rug. Gets a bit of a bump from Showman Jack in the early stages. Fat Boy's Charm stepped well, but if we continue to roll the footage from race number 4, and that's the closing stages, and Zipping Orlando, really impressed, Timmy. Just his smarts about the way he handles himself in a field. We saw it last week when he was behind Red Hot Frankie. He could have taken a number of different options. Tonight was, I think, an even better run because he was the meat in the sandwich at the first turn.
Absolutely it was, Duke. He knows where to put him, to take the runs and when to take the runs. As you can see here, he wants to push to the rails. He got over nearer to the rails at the judge on the first occasion, and then the 4 Greyhounds went past him and he settled 5th into the back, but he got that run through down the back and he was powerful at the finish. Gee, he's a Greyhound with untapped ability, and Marty and Fiona Hallinan could be a big night for the team. They won the opening race with Zipping Whiskey, and they've taken out the young star with Zipping Orlando.
And of course, they have Zipping Kiros and Zipping Alabama in the $1 Million Chase final, race 10 on the card. Might have a look at those dividends for race number 4, 320 and 150 Zipping Orlando, 240 Fat Boy's Charm, 170 for Bandit James. Showman Jack runs 4s, 5, 3, 1 and 4. Their first 4 pays a tick under $400. All right, Zipping Orlando, look, they made the decision not to go to $1 Million Chase with him, and they used him and wanted to give him that experience again, you know, as the younger dog coming through, the young star, taking on dogs that obviously not as experienced as the old hard heads, and they've vindicated their decision. Yeah,
it'll be interesting what they do with him now. There's plenty of big races in the next, or until the end of the year. We've got Melbourne Cups, we've got, you know, the Phoenix. Marty and Fiona, along with Shane Stiff, have bought a slot in the Phoenix. Could this Greyhound be one they might consider for the Phoenix? But, you know, we've got Goulburn Cups, you've got the Blacktop at the Gardens coming up next week, so plenty of feature races for this guy to target in the latter half of the year. I think they'll be heading to the Blacktop with him. It's a track that, look, he handles Wenty so well. You'd think he'd adapt really well again to a track like the Gardens. Goulburn, obviously, he won there in the Zoom Top Maiden. I don't know if he's going to have that early zip to stay in touch with the real speedsters, but again, you talk about a race like, you know, a Melbourne Cup, a Top Gun, for example, you know, and the Phoenix and that. The thing that, as I said, the thing that impressed me is, he's so smart. You can just see he works out where he's going. That, but B, he can get into trouble and still run blistering time, mate. And very few greyhounds, as you and I both know, they don't do that. That's right. He's got it all. He's got it all. He's got that early speed to put himself in a winning position early on, but he can roll with the punches and get a bit of early trouble and a couple of checks, but he's still got that strength at the end. We'll just check on what he's actually run his final section here, but whatever it is, it's been unbelievable, the final section in that last race, or that victory tonight. So we'll get a check on that, but he is a greyhound. Oh, they're going to have a hell of a lot of fun with this young guy.
Yeah, and look, again, you know, you speak to the old trainers, the ones that have had champions, and they'll tell you that, you know, good dogs do good things, great dogs do things that other dogs that they can't do. And you know, his temperament, the way he handles himself and all that sort of thing, it's sensational. Mini Finn is at the presentation dais with Zipping Orlando, who just took his career record to 8 from 8. Let's head trackside for the presentation. We've let him out again tonight. Here's Disco Dave Carlson.
The winning rug, and also the winning medallion. Dr. Alicia Fuller is here, and Alicia is Greyhound Racing New South Wales General Manager of Greyhound Development and Advocacy. Dr. Alicia Fuller, she presents the winning medallion and the rug to Mini Finn. What a brilliant win by Zipping Orlando. Oh, yeah. We've now had 4 races, folks. Only 4 with 6 more to go, and the TAB $1 Million Chase itself will be race number 10. Minnie's now going to take Zipping Orlando out onto the track for all of the photos, and we thank Dr. Alicia Fuller, who is with us still. Well done.
Thank you, Dave Carlson, with the presentation there. Trackside for Zipping Orlando, taking out the Young Star Classic. As I said, $25,000 to the winner. And Timmy, you're right, could be a massive night for him. Look, they're all jumping. Tyler Gins jumped the fence to get there with Kemo Hallinan. And again, you see these young dogs, and we're lucky enough, we get to see them basically from day one. And he's a dog from day one. I remember because he beat one of mine a little bit, so he got called We Got Square. He trailed her. He's probably 6 behind her in a heat of the Zoom Top Maiden at Goulburn, and he picked her up and carried her. So, you know, I've seen him from day dot, but he is a dog that you can just see. He's got such a future.
He sure has, Duke. And in that Zoom Top final, he had to work his way through the field, get into the clear, and then let go. And then he came to Whitworth Park, and even first up here at Whitworth Park, he clocked 29.58 first up, then 29.53, and he's just maintained it. John and Minnie will take care of him, and now I've got no doubt just sort of map out a little bit of a program over the next 4 or 5 months as to where he might go. As you mentioned earlier, we touched on the Blacktop is coming up at the Garden, so he might well head there next Friday night for that series. It is a Group 2 series, but whatever he does contest, he's going to be a major player.
He certainly is. Race number 5 on the card. Now the quaddie tonight with the TAB is races 7, 8, 9 and 10. Race 5 is only 4 runners. We've had a couple of scratchings here. Mortify goes into the $1 Million Chase consolation. Shea was a late scratching earlier today. It looks a race, well, you'd say in 2, but because of the small field now, Yuko Girl just going to get a saloon passage down the outside.
She's probably got out in the market. She was second favourite behind Ibrox Wildfire when we had the 6 runners, but now the smallish field doesn't really suit her. She's a front runner, and she'd prefer a full field or near enough to a full field, hoping for a little bit of scrimmaging back in the pack. So she's got out in the market. Ibrox Wildfire for Billy Dance is absolutely airborne at the moment. She's quite unlucky not to make it through to the $1 Million Chase final, because she actually took the wrong option in the semi-final here last week, and she had to hook wide, where if she got an inside run or had gone through between runners, she probably would have won the semi-final. So she's the favourite. The reason Doonan has firmed up is due to this smallish field, and can Andy take out another one?
Well, you know, he did make the $1 Million Chase final here in May. He was back to his best last week, running 29.62. And of the 4 runners in this race, the small field suits him the most.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. That's why he has been a big firmer, Duke. And he should, you know, the way I'm reading the race, Yuko Girl leads from Ibrox Wildfire and Doonan. He should be just behind that pair early on.
All right, race number 5. We are just a tick under 11 minutes off start time. We'll take a short break, come back with that and a whole lot more right after this. There is Zipping Orlando roaring to victory in the Young Star final here at Wentworth Park. Mini Finn and connections, including Dr. Alicia Fuller, who is our head of GAP program at Greyhound Racing New South Wales. And, well, it could turn into an even bigger night for Minnie and Johnny Finn. So they've got 3 runners in the $1 Million Chase final. It's race 10 on the card. Now, as I was mentioning earlier, in case you've only just joined our broadcast, race number 5 goes at 7:53. Then we've got a break of around about 50 minutes, or 8:49 is the start time for race 6. There's a band and entertainment on here on track, and of course a little bit later tonight we'll also be tapping into the Fox League coverage. So that's why we've got a late finish of 10:30 to the $1 Million Chase final, which is race 10 on the card. All right, Ibrox Wildfire in race number 5 is currently $2.10. Showdown, the roughie of the field at $12. Doonan $2.60. Yuko Girl at $4.60. What about the record of Ibrox Wildfire, Timmy? 16 starts here, 6 wins, 9 placings. Missed a check just once for Bill and Kathy Dance. She's been a really gallant little performer.
Sure has, Duke, and if there is one track in New South Wales you want your Greyhound to perform at or perform and love, it is Wentworth Park, where the big money is. And she certainly loves it here. As you mentioned, she's just been out of the money once in 16 runs at the track and trip. And as I just mentioned just prior to the break, that she was a bit unlucky not to make it through to the MDC final. She took the wrong run, or the wrong option probably, coming off the top turn where she hooked 3 and 4 deep in her semi-final. If she got an inside run or had gone between greyhounds, she might well be lining up in the big one tonight. But she does look the one to beat here, Duke. She should take full advantage of that inside draw and punch up, and probably sit second behind Yuko Girdle. It'll just depend where Doonan settles behind her in the run. But she's been in the money in all 7 runs from the inside alley.
To the checks is Showdown for Sonia Davis from Tamor. It's finished 7th at its last 2 starts. 2 starts back, that 7th was in the Townsville Cup final. Then down the track behind Hold Me Up in a semi-final of the $1 Million Chase last week. Yeah,
dreadful record here, track and trip. He's only been in the money once in 7 runs, and he would need sharp improvement to worry the other trio here.
For the blue is Doonan, and I like Doonan tonight, the small field even more so, but he was back to his best here last week, going 29.62. His record at Wendy is exceptional. 23 starts, 10 wins, 8 minors, and made the final of the $1 Million Chase earlier this year. Yeah, as you did mention, suited by the smaller field. He's the strongest greyhound in the run, back to his near his best at his latest run, running 29.62. He's a major player. Yep, box 5 is Shay, which is a scratching. Box 6 is vacant. Box 7 is Yuko Girl for Sam Sultana. And look, this greyhound's record off outside traps isn't great, but we know she's got a stack of early speed.
Yeah, reliable beginner with a great turn of speed. She does look the likely leader, Duke. She's a greyhound whose chances were probably dealt a blow when the other 2 greyhounds were scratched, and she probably needed a fuller field to be more of a chance in a race like this.
Yeah, she's got a PB here of 29.70, a 7-time winner, 2-time Group 1 finalist here in Age Classics in 2022 so far. But the small field, as you said, Timmy, does not do her any favours.
Not at all, Duke. But she does look the likely leader. She will be running around the 29.7 thereabouts if she does get to the top. That's where Doonan and Ibrox Wildfire settle. I've got Ibrox Wildfire parking right behind her through that first turn. If she does, I think she'll be too strong. Ibrox Wildfire, I've got her on top and comfortable with the $2, $2.10 price at the moment.
And she's been well supported as well. Showdown around the $15 quote. I'm with Doonan from box 4. As I said, I just think the small field really plays into his hands tonight. He's currently around the $2.60, $2.70 quote. And Yuko Girl, the 4th and final runner in the field, is around $4.80. Showdown, the roughie, at $14. But I'm with Doonan in race number 5 as they move behind the boxes. For race number 5, it would traditionally kick off the quaddie, but not tonight. The quaddie tonight is races 7, 8, 9 and 10. So we expect the early pace to come from Yuko Girl out in box 7, Ibrox Wildfire a punch up along the fence, Doonan and Showdown just behind them. Me being boxed, I should say, for race number 5, here's Matt Jackson.
Numbers will be races 7 through 10. So the quaddie tonight, race 7 through Race 10. Green light on here. 2:15 Ibrox Wildfire. 2:70 Doonan. They're set to run. Ready. And they're racing. Beginning fast here, wide out Yuko Girl, but Ibrox Wildfire away quickly. They go together into the first turn. Showdown settled third and Doonan last to the quartet. So to the back straight now, and Ibrox Wildfire, she kicks away, leads it by 2 Yuko Girl. Doonan getting up on the inside, 6 off the leader, and last is Showdown. Ibrox Wildfire off the back straight. She's in full flight, leading by 3 Yuko Girl. They're clear of Doonan. Around the turn, it's Ibrox Wildfire going strongly. Ibrox Wildfire all the way, scored by 2.5 Yuko Girl. Third home Doonan, last in Showdown, and it's a really good run. It's around 29.55.
And that was Ibrox Wildfire's PB before tonight, 29.55. Billy and Kath Dance have done a great job with this little bit. She wins by 2.5 from Yuko Girl. Doonan finished third, and look, when they went down the back straight, Timmy, she's out in front. She's just never going to get run down.
It was a pretty easy ride if you took the skinny quote, Duke. Yuko Girl came out humming. She began quickly. Ibrox Wildfire, she punched up. She stopped Yuko Girl getting across to the rails and in front of that first turn. As she rolled through that first turn into the back straight, it was game, set and match. Yuko Girl couldn't hold on to her. And Doonan, the other noted stronger greyhound of the race, he was just too far back to be running her down.
Yeah, Ibrox Wildfire, as I said before that race, her record here at Wentworth Park, absolutely exemplary. It now stands at 17 starts for 7 wins and 9 minor placings, and it equals her PB that she set back here in early July when she ran 29.55, ironically, off box 1 as well. All right, Mick Cowley is trackside, I'm sure. He's got a very happy Billy Dance with him.
Mark, I do have a very happy Billy Dance with me. Bill, congratulations. Once she got to the front, she was always going to be hard to run down.
Oh, absolutely. She's a little bit iffy at box rise, but she used it tonight. And like you said, once she led, she's not weak.
Didn't have a lot of luck in the $1 Million Chase semi last week, did she?
Mate, sliding doors moment. If she had a zigged instead of zagging, I'd be in the $1 Million Chase, but that's racing.
Unfortunately, at 29.55, that's handy.
Well, she does. She when she first started racing here, she struggled to break the 30 seconds, but the more I brought her here, the better she got, and now she's she can hike along.
Her record here is impeccable. She just seems to love the joint.
Yeah. Well, we set her for a maiden series 6 months ago or whatever, and she just struggled to get through, and she ran second in the final, and she had 6 starts for 5 seconds, I think her record was, and 5 starts here for 4 seconds, but she's turned it around a bit now. I think she's won 8 or 9 here now. So.
And it's not the race you want to win on $1 Million Chase night, but you've won a race on $1 Million Chase night. Congratulations, Bill.
Yeah, thanks, mate. Still happy.
Well done.
Thank you, Billy Dance, and also Mick Cowley. And look, Yuko Girl shows pace but couldn't get across. Ibrox Wildfire punches up. Showdown running third, and Doonan, look, he just got trapped on the outside, and once he was that far off them, he was never going to run over them.
No, he couldn't possibly give Ibrox Wildfire that far and run her down. What I do take out of that interview, though, Duke, Billy said when she first came here, she was lucky to break 30 seconds. She's run 29.55 a couple of times now. She's been out of the money once in 17 starts. So that just says it all, doesn't it? You just want them to keep improving, 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 and that is exactly what Ibrox Wildfire has done.
Certainly is. Okay, you can hear the band has already started here at Wentworth Park. As I said, we're going to take a break of about 40 minutes. We'll just try and find the divvies for race 5. The numbers there, they're not there, but we'll get them when we come back. Let's take a look at the market for the $1 Million Chase final. It's race 10 on the card at Wenty tonight. And off the inside draw, McInerney is around the $4.20 quote. Zipping Kyrios around $4. Go out to French Martini at $3.75. Zipping Kyrios $3.90. Gatlin, the other runner there, at $4.60. Zipping Alabama at $7.50. Timmy?
Zipping Alabama's been the big firmer, Duke. She was $14 or $15, I think, early on in the week, was she? And she's
around the $11, $12 mark.
Yeah, so there's been a bit of money for her, Zipping Alabama.
All right. The crowd's pumped here for Wayne Pearson, the Oz Icons. We're going to take a break of about 30-odd minutes, and we'll come back with lots more on $1 Million Chase night. It is Saturday Night Fever here at Wentworth Park. We are halfway through the 10-race card, and of course the big one is race number 10 on the card, due to go at 10:30 p.m. tonight. The $1 Million Chase final, $1 million heading the way to winning connections. We've had two of the big features run so far. The $1 Million Chase maiden final taken out by Can You Smoke Them, and also the Young Star final taken out in brilliant fashion by Zipping Orlando. We still have the Masters Meteor and the Group 2 Sydney Cup. Both of those events are worth $100,000 to the winner. We've got the $1 Million Chase consolation, and of course the big one, the world's richest greyhound race, the $1 Million Chase. Race 10 due at 10:30 p.m. There's a look at the market there, and favourite is now with French Martini at $3.75. Been a stack of money for McInerney. They bet $6.50 earlier in the week. He's into $4. Zipping Curios, rock solid at $3.90. And also money for Gatlin and Zipping Alabama. Timmy?
And French Martini, $3.75. Of course, Peter Lagogiani looking for his third MDC. But a wide open affair, Duke, in the big one.
Okay, race 6 on the card, and it is due to go at 8:49. And we've got a full field of 8 here, and again, Fat Boy's Dream. Timmy, we were just talking off air, $2.30. It's a race that really suits her. She drops back in class. 2 starts back, she finished behind She's a Pearl, a length from She's a Pearl. And then at a last start, finished behind Hold Me Up in a semi-final of the $1 Million Chase.
Yeah, as you just alluded to, Duke dropping very, very sharply in grade. She's got a good record, track and trip, been in the money in 4 of 5 runs. Here is our speed map here, and Club Model from the 6 alley charging over with Duga's Diesel punching up as well. Spring Elegance, Lady Stomp shouldn't be too far away, and then you've got Fat Boy's Dream and Like a Light wider out moving forward, but she's a dominant favourite at $2.30.
She's got a good record wearing the black robe, 6 starts for 2 wins and 3 minor placings. She had box 7 here last week when third behind Hold Me Up, beaten 4.5 lengths. Again, you look at that form line, you know, you've got a dog going into the $1 Million Chase final. I know he's one of the roughies, but only beaten 4.5 lengths and 2 starts back, beaten a length by the champ, She's a Pearl.
Yeah, sure is, Duke, and as we can see on screen there, Lady Stomp for Andy Lord, currently $3.60. Another who's got a good record at the track and trip, has been in the money in 10 of 18 runs. She's normally a pretty good beginner. It's hit a little bit of a flat spot on balance or on settling down, but she will keep coming at the end from box number 2. She's got a good record. She's been in the money in 5 of her 7 runs from the 2 alley. She shouldn't be too far away at the first turn.
Yeah, Club Model for Scotty Morgan, a greyhound we know that's got good early zip. 15 starts here, the 3 wins, 3 seconds. Struggles on the clock at the end of 5:20, but it's capable of running a really fast first split.
Yeah, 5:41 opening fraction here. If she was able to lead and there was any scrimmaging behind, she might be able to sneak home in around the 30-second mark. I don't think they'll have to run much quicker than 30 seconds to take out this one.
Yeah, Club Model's gone for a bath in the betting, $6.50 out to $9. Fat Boy's Dream $2.50 into $2.20, eases back out to $2.30. Lady Stomp rock solid $3.90 into $3.60. Now easing back out to $3.80. I'll tell you, the money has come for number 1, Spring Elegance for Joshua Board. And Spring Elegance, they bet around the $9.50, $10 quote, now into $6.50.
And she's a greyhound who made the Group 1 Peter Mossman Oval here in early July. She finished 3rd behind Embrace in the big one. She's another greyhound with a turn of speed. She's got a good record from that inside alley. If she got away to clean note and was able to hold the lead at the first turn, she'd be awfully hard to run down.
Yeah, 5 starts wearing the red robe for 1 win and 3 minor placings. Duclos Diesel, he made his debut here in a Wednesday night 5th grade company. He brought some good Gardens form with him. Clocked 30 and 03 after a good 5:46 first split.
Yeah, he's not too badly drawn in box number 3. He will run a straight line to the first turn. I think he'll take a stack of benefit out of that debut win here in 30.03. Duke, as you mentioned, showed a good turn of speed, 5:46 opening section. I think he's a improver on the clock, so if he can improve a 10th or maybe a little bit quicker, it's got him running around the 29.80 odd or 29.90, which I think is going to be good enough to take it out.
And he's got a dog that walks out of the boxes beside him in Tradies Made.
Sure has, Duke, and He's got no pace at all, Tradies, mate. So Duclos Diesel should get that fresh air in the early stages to get rolling and have a dip for the lead.
All right, number 5, an interesting runner, is Highland Wonder, now trained by Greg Hall. But if we go back 4 starts, Timmy, here, it was a finalist in the Group 1 National Distance Championship, then won a free-for-all, midweek free-for-all, running 29.92. Unplaced its next start and then ran 5th at its last start here in a Grade 5.
Very capable Greyhound Duke, 14-time winner. Will be better for all of those runs at Wentworth Park now. Just got that tricky draw to contend with box number 5, but in saying that, moderate beginner in Tradies Mate underneath him, so he might get that fresh air, but in saying that, Club Model, as we've mentioned, is a very quick beginner and will want to get to the rails.
Yeah, and Club Model has box number 6, Scotty Morgan, walking out Club Model, wearing the green Top Sport rug, wearing the 7, the Neds rug tonight, is Fat Boy's Dream, being handled by Dan Flanagan for Jason McKay. And again, Timmy, 10 wins, 22 starts, 9 minors, superb record. She's been placed really well throughout her career. And look, she wasn't disgraced at the last 2 starts.
Oh, not at all, Duke. She's a form Greyhound of the race, down sharply in grade. She's a little touchy at box rise, but she's got a good turn of speed when she does hit the ground. Good record, track and trip, quick PB, deserved favourite.
And 8, the pink, is Like a Light for Tony Messina. Its last victory came 5 starts back at Gosford, running 30 and 43, moderate time there. And it's been there or thereabouts at its last 4 starts.
14 runs track and trip, yet to win, has run 4 minors, would need to improve for mine.
Yeah. Okay. Early speed, as we said, we're thinking Club Model, we're thinking Duclos Diesel, Lady Stomp. Where do you see Fat Boy's Dream being as they go past us here? We're about 10 metres the other side of the winning post into the first turn.
I can see her on the outside or just behind Club Model. If Club Model begins and does cut to the rail and lead through the first turn, Fat Boy's Dream should get every opportunity to follow her across at the first turn. She has run 5:49, 5:51 opening sections at a past couple. If she can run those times, she should be up in the first couple through that first bend.
And Fat Boy's Dream has been rock solid in betting. Touched 260 earlier today, into 220, just easing a fraction out to $2.30 at the moment. Like a Light, an $81 shot. Club Model, $6.50 out to $12. Highland Wonder nearly doubled its opening quote of $5.50 out to $9.50. Tradies Mate is a $41 roughie. Duclos Diesel, I'm surprised at his price. He's $9.50, Timmy. As I said, you would expect natural improvement after his first up performance here when he ran 30 and 03.
No doubt he is the value runner in the race. A couple of runs ago, he ran quick time around the Gardens, 29.70. He will take benefit out of his last start win here in 30.03. He can probably improve a 10th. If he can repeat that, he is right in this race, and around the $8 or $9 mark, he's a definite bet in my opinion.
Lady Stomp has been rock solid, 390 into 370, and they've also come for number 1 Spring Elegance at $9.50 in the early stages, now into $6. So money for number 1 Spring Elegance in this upcoming event at Wentworth Park. But the favourite is Fat Boy's Dream for Jason McKay, being handled by Dan Flanagan there. She is on screen at the moment wearing the black rug of 7, the black Neds, and Dan Flanagan is about to put Fat Boy's Dream into the boxes. Your last word to me?
Fat Boy's Dream on top, the value runner, Duclos Diesel.
I couldn't agree more with you on both of those counts. Let's head upstairs, race 6. This is the Gap, newsouthwales.com.au, Grade 5. Here's Matt Jackson.
Fat Boy's Dream, green light is turned on. This is race 6, 2:30 Fat Boy's Dream, 370 Lady Stomp. They're ready. And they're racing now. Lady Stomp left well down there near the inside with Spring Elegance. Fat Boy's Dream is mustering speed and she'll burn them off into the first corner. So it's Fat Boy's Dream who leads it from Lady Stomp. Third is Club Model. 4 lengths away, Spring Elegance 4th. There follow Tradies Mate, Duclos Diesel. Well back Highland Wonder and Like a Light. Off the back straight on the lead of Fat Boy's Dream. She's out by 2.5. Lady Stomp for the time being's made little impression. Late corner, Fat Boy's Dream clear from Lady Stomp and Fat Boy's Dream all the way. Beat Lady Stomp, 3rd Spring Elegance, 4th in Club Model. They're followed by Tradies Mate, Duclos Diesel. Well back Highland Wonder. Last home Like a Light. The run here 29.77.
7, 2, 1 and 6. Fat Boy's Dream, 29.77 for Jason McKay. And I'll tell you what, Timmy, that was an easy ride when they got to where we are in our broadcasting spot, as they sweep into the first turn here in front, and really she was going to be very tough to run down.
Yeah, it was all over at that point, Duke. She got a beautiful run down the outside. Club Model got away cleanly, wanted to run to the left a little. She had fresh air to build up the revs, and she got the fly at the first turn. After around 40 or 50 metres, there were probably 4 Greyhounds all vying for the lead. She was out in the centre of the track. Here we have a look at the start again. Club Model went left, gave her room, and those Greyhounds on the inside, there was 4 there. They all jostled a little, and she got the perfect fly through the first turn into the catching pen, and this is where she had the race in her keeping, Duke. Lady Stomp couldn't run her down at this point.
Yeah, very impressive. As I said, she ran right up to her last 2 starts, finishing third behind She's a Pearl and then behind Hold Me Up in a $1 Million Chase semi-final. And Fat Boy's Dream, that takes a record here at Wentworth Park to 6 starts, 2 wins and 3 minors. Okay, trackside, here's Mick Cowley with Dan Flanagan.
Dan, congratulations. You must be pretty impressed with the way that dog performed there. Getting to the lead here was all the difference, wasn't it?
Yeah, the last couple of starts, she's had no luck early. Outside draws, a few things gone not her way, and, you know, same draw again, but straight to the front, mate, and that's all you can ask. Once she did that, I knew she was home because she has good ability, yeah.
I guess that's the thing, stepping back from $1 Million Chase class last week into that race, she did look pretty well graded.
Sorry?
She looked pretty well graded.
Yeah, she did, well graded. Last start, you know, she was up in grade, but, you know, Jason's a smart man. He put it back into a 5th grade, and that's, you know, that's where she should be racing, like, and then move on from there. But you got to have a crack at these things, you know.
You're absolutely right. Congratulations on winning a race on $1 Million Chase night.
No, thanks a lot, mate. Cheers.
Thank you to Mick Cowley and Daniel Flanagan. Well done to Jason McKay as well. And Fat Boy's Dream takes out race number 6 on the card here. Let's take a look at Sniper Cam, the black rug of Fat Boy's Dream. And look, she began okay, but she just got room to move with the 6 moving across, the 8 dropping off, and she's in front here. Lady Stomp chases gallantly, but they weren't going to run it down, Timmy.
Yeah, as you could see when she went through the first turn, Duke, she was 4 or 5 Greyhounds off the rails. She was out boxed where she wanted to be, and Club Model being underneath it just made the race for her, just going left. And those Greyhounds over to the inside, they just had a bit of a bump at the winning post on the first occasion, and she just swept to the lead, and it was all over at that point. As you can see in this vision, Club Model was gradually working over, and those inside Greyhounds got a little bit crowded up, and she got the fly, and it was all over at that point.
We see there, Timmy, she was barely touched. Like a Light was on her outside, Club Model on her inside and that, but she just got, you know, she just got such a clear run into that first turn and enabled her to get the break. And well done to Connections and trainer Jason McKay, taking out race 6. Race 7, and there's a very happy Dan Flanagan. Give us the thumbs up. All right, 7, 2, 1 and 6, 2.10 and 1.10 for Fat Boy's Dream. $2 Spring, $2 Lady Stomp, 1.10 Spring Elegance. Club Model finishes in 4th spot, and the trifecta pays $23.60 a favourite way. First 4, 137 and 20. Race 7 is one of the big ones here at Wentworth Park. It is the Masters Meteor final for the veteran Greyhounds, 4 years of age, and over $100,000 goes to the winner, and off a brilliant best of night heat victory, Gypsy Yankee at $2.35 as favourite.
Yeah, Gypsy Yankee for Shane Stiff. Very, very impressive, leading all of the way in quick time. Here in the heat prior to that was very good here as well. Shane tried to buy this Greyhound off the dailies for this series in mind. They wouldn't sell the Greyhound, but they sent him up to Shane to have a crack at the race, and here he is, the clear favourite in the big one.
All right, we are 1 minute and 35 off start time for the big one, the $1 Million Chase final. One lady who is really looking forward to it, and with good reason, is Minnie Finn. Her and her husband John have got 3 runners in the $1 Million Chase final tonight.
Well, Minnie Finn, you've hit 3 runners in the $1 Million Chase final. I guess that's remarkable in itself. Zipping Kiros, we'll start with him. How's his week been, and where do you hope to... I know you hope to see him in front, but where do you think he'll be around that first turn?
I'm hoping he'd be in the 1, 2 or 3 early and get a good run through along the inside, yeah.
Has there been any further talk about this being a swan song, or is that put to bed until after this is done?
Yeah, we'll wait after tonight and go from there.
Really, his form the last couple of runs has been pretty remarkable. This is getting back to his real best, isn't it?
Yeah, no, well, we don't really trial him that much, but the couple of trials he had, he went as good as that he's ever gone. So he's been up for a long time and he's still running the same times in trials. So let's go.
Zipping Alabama, just remarkable. The way that gone from a 600-metre dog to an elite sprinter in a short amount of time. Yeah, the times that the dog's been running 29, 3, 4 and 5. Box 8, not ideal for the dog.
No, couldn't be a worse draw for her. She's going to have to find the fence, and if she can find the fence, you know, might be a bit of scrimmage at the first turn. She'll be in it. She'll be running home.
The other one is Gatlin. That was remarkable performance last week. Could you believe it?
No, not when they put the time up, but we do know the dog has got the ability. And last week he done it early and went to the line as well.
Is that the key to him again, jumping out and giving him some?
Yeah, no. I'd love to see him jump in front again and run what he ran last week, because I don't think they could beat him if he'd done that.
There is a stick of speed. If he doesn't get to the lead, he's still capable of winning that.
Oh yeah, no, he's been a fabulous dog. He puts in 100% every time around here, so no, he'll be in it.
How are the nerves? You said last week that you've been in a lot of big race finals. How are the nerves having 3 in $1 million chase final?
No, it hasn't worried me. I raced last night, mowing today, everything's just normal. I know it's a lot of money, but money's really not much to us, but the excitement, we'll be pretty excited if we could pinch it.
Which dog are you boxing?
Curious.
Good luck tonight, Minnie.
Thank you.
Mick Cowley with that Minnie Finn there. And Minnie said the money doesn't mean much. I might go and snip her, I think.
Absolutely.
Hey, look, it's a great feat to have 3 runners in the final. I know what Min's talking about, the excitement. I mean, I don't have a runner in the $1 million chase final, but I had a runner. We're lucky enough to have a winner. On a night like this, you do get excited. To me, it's just a little bit different from a normal Saturday night fair at Wenny.
Yeah, absolutely, Duke. If you're a trainer or an owner, you want to have a runner on $1 million chase night. You'd love to have one in the big one, but if you haven't got one in the big one, you just want to have one on the supporting card. And you were lucky enough the last couple of $1 million chases to have one in and get a winner as well.
Yep, and we talk about King Kyrgios. He had box 8 in his semi-final victory last week. The reserve Black Fox started from box number 7, and we take a look at the replay of Zipping Kyrgios, and look, there's Black Fox carving hard left. Zipping Kyrgios sailing down the outside, sitting behind, chasing Fernando and Yuko Girl.
And didn't he handle himself beautifully? Got into 3rd position. Down the back, he just parked behind the leaders. He just waited and waited until the run came. They opened up. He went between runners, grabbed the top coming off the top turn, and then it was all over. He began to roar away, and look at him open up the final 30 or 40 metres. He hammered to the line. That was King Kyrgios back to his brilliant best.
Yeah, look, he's at 380 at the moment. If he wins tonight, Timmy, he becomes the all-time greatest stakes earner in greyhound racing history anywhere in the world. Currently has around $444,000 in prize money. He's the oldest dog in the race, and being very careful about what I say, he has the most experienced trainer in the race as well, in Johnny Finn, and I'm sure Johnny knows exactly what I mean there. But again, he's been a crowd favourite for a long time. He's a multiple group race winner. You've got He's on Fire in box 2, who we all expect to lead. We saw him in his Blacktop win when I think he had box 5, or it was either 3 or 5. And he looked to be trickly drawn, but he found the fence early.
He does. He's one of those greyhounds who can find a run when he needs to, and I think he's going to get the perfect run here with McInerney. He's on Fire drawn underneath him. I can see He's on Fire leading. McInerney won't be too far off at the first turn, and then we'll want to shift going to the back straight. If Zipping Kyrgios is back on the rails, he might just get that gun run working into the back. And if he's within striking range of the leaders, he'll be awfully hard to hold out. French Martini's the other greyhound who I think will be rolling forward, up tackling for the lead or near the lead at the first turn.
Yeah, and there's our ISO Link starter. So in each of the race ropes, there's a little chip, and we're able to derive all the information from there with the Isolinks data, and Zipping Curios in that third split there, the 3:15 66.24 was the fastest, and the only one coming home quicker than him was basically Zipping Alabama and we all know how strong he is. I mean, she ran home in what, 11.4, 11.5 last week.
Yeah.
Amazing. All right. French Martini, Peter Lagosiani. Okay, pinch me, tell me. Like, he's won $2 million chases, both from box 7. French Martini wears the black rug of box 7 tonight. Mick Cowley caught up with her trainer, Peter Lagosiani, earlier tonight.
Joined by Pete Lagosiani. Pete has French Martini in the main race tonight. Pete, how's the week been for her? Has she been nice and relaxed this week?
Yeah, mate, steady week. Silly stupid. Nothing out of the ordinary. Just as she was last week, we did this week.
Are the nerves any different third time around? You've won 2 of these races, which is remarkable in itself. Do you still get nervous racing in this race?
You certainly do. Look, I'd be called a liar if I didn't say I wasn't nervous. It's getting easier, but still nervous, yeah.
Box 7, yeah, we know about the lucky box 7 and Lightning striking for the third time tonight, but where obviously you'd love to see her in front coming around that first turn. How do you think it will pan out? Those 2 inside do crash to the left.
Mick, I've looked at the race and I've come up with this assumption. She's got to do everything right, they've got to do everything wrong. We need plenty of luck, you know, from out there. She's not the best to begin, but when she hits the ground, she gets going. So we know the bitch can run, they all can run, you know, it's a mighty field. So look, mate, we're in it. We've got a ticket for $1 million. You know, there's 8 of us. We're all vying for that first turn, you know, positioning. Whoever gets the best position, I think, will win the race.
Mate, we've seen some acrobatics and some motions when you've won the last 2. Have you got anything planned potentially if it happens again?
Wait and see this one.
Pete Lagosiani, best of luck tonight with French Martini.
Thanks, guys. Thank you.
Peter Lagosiani catching up with Mick Cowley there. Before we take a look at French Martini's replay from last week, I caught up with him during the break. He said, Duke, did you know that 3 7s equal 21? And I go, yeah, of course I do. I said, it's blackjack. He goes, it is blackjack. He said, but someone told him that 21 was the angel's number. Now, I don't know if that's true or not. I don't know if the person that told Pete knows that case. Pete has actually got a tattoo of an angel on his backside. Right. So if 21 is the angel's number, right, Pete's got that tat on his bum. He's won $2 million chases from box 7. He's got French Martini in box 7 tonight. Please tell me that's a sign.
Did you ask for any proof?
No, I did. I've already seen it. Sorry, unfortunately.
Okay,
it's something
we won't go there.
I cannot get it out of my mind, please. Let's take a look at French Martini winning a semi-final last week. She had box 1, Plaintiff had box 8, and Plaintiff speared out. He was about to cross her in the run to that first turn, and then he goes via the Cape.
And she just drove up on the rails here and took the lead going by the 700-metre boxes, and then she let rip, and she had Plaintiff covered at that point of the race. She's a greyhound. As Pete just said, she doesn't rocket out of the boxes, but when she does hit the ground, she gets hiking. She's got strength on her side, and look at her come away in the latter stages. She's in this race right up to her ears. I like her where she's drawn wide out. Hold Me Up Kingo left at box rise. Zipping Alabama's got no genuine early speed drawn on her outside. She should get fresh air in the first 40 or 50 metres.
I see her actually sitting second outside the leader at the first turn. She has run a 5:38 here. She's run a 29:47, winning the Group 3 ladies bracelet earlier this year. She has got an undeniable chance, notwithstanding the fact that Pete's got an angel tattooed on his bum, and 3 7s apparently is 21, and 21's the angel's number. Hey, as punters, we look for every edge that we can possibly get. All right, Greyhounds are in the preview area for the next big event, which is the Masters Meteor Final, and this is race 7 on the card. We're 8 minutes out from start time. $100,000 goes to the eventual winner of this race, and the favourite, and a deserving favourite, is number 6, Gypsy Yankee at $2.35. Fire Legend, great old warhorse at $4.60. The same price for Cumbria Dreaming, who does look to be well withdrawn in at box number 2. And then we go out to number 8, Jabini, for Blake Moroney at $8.
Fire Legend's been the big firmer here. He went up $12 initially, which was clearly the wrong price. He crunched down to $8 and he hovered around that quote for quite some time, a couple of days in fact, but he's really trimmed up in the last 24 hours or so, Fire Legend, into $4.60. He's been the best tried runner in the race. Gypsy Yankee has only been, can only say has been very, very impressive in both recent runs around here. Providence Bale, Duke, I think will be a big improver on the clock, and at $11 as one of the value runners in the race for mine.
Look, if there is trouble in the in the middle of the pack, and Cumbria Dreaming sort of doesn't begin as because he is hit and miss, as Fitchy has told us. He's a very touchy beginner. It does leave the door open for greyhounds like Providence Bale. Look, I've had something each way on Jabini, and there he is with Blake Moroney. But Blake Moroney is, again, he's a young trainer. To win a race like a Masters Meteor would be unbelievable. There's his uncle, Mark Moroney, who's got Fire Legend. Now, we are 8 minutes out from start time. The greyhounds have been rugged up. They've had their pulse checked. They're about to go out for those that want the preview. So they'll head out into the preview area. Some trainers elect not to give their greyhounds a preview. They find sometimes it sends them a little bit fizzy and over the top. But these greyhounds are now waiting to go out for the preview. We've already got some that have been out and been to the toilet and stretched their legs. But Jabini, to me, Timmy, I thought he was an each-way play at $8 if there was trouble in the race, and that's what I'm banking on, basically.
Yeah, he's desperate for the rails, so he's drawn on the wrong side of the track, but he is absolutely flying. He needs a little luck getting across at the first turn. If he does get anywhere near the rails, he is very, very strong in the second half of the race, and he's a major player, but he just needs that early luck getting across, Duke.
Yep. And again, if we go off their heat win, 29.70 best of night for Gypsy Yankee, came out running, had the rails on that occasion when it beat Fire Legend and also Zulu Warlord. Tonight, there's a little bit more pace drawn around him, being drawn in box 6. He's got Fire Legend on his inside, Providence Bale. We know both of those greyhounds can show early zip.
Yeah, Fire Legend shouldn't worry him, though, in the early stages, because he will want to get to the rails. Providence Bale, I think, will run a straight line from box 7. So I think with a clean getaway, even though he's got a tricky draw on paper having box 6, I think he will get the fresh air which he requires in the first 40 or 50 metres to build up the momentum and charge across in search of the lead.
There's Shane Stiff handling Gypsy Yankee, owned by George Daly, famous name in greyhound racing in Australia. George, along with his brother Tom and his sister-in-law Andrea, have long been amongst the top echelon of trainers in this great country of ours. Cumbria Dreaming at 460 is the on-top tip from the dogs. The Hound has put Cumbria Dreaming on top from Gypsy Yankee, Fire Legend and Jabini. So 235 and absolutely rock solid Gypsy Yankee. Fire Legend, as you said, Timmy, $10 earlier today or earlier in the week, now into 460. Cumbria Dreaming's been solid, and Jabini's probably been the next best back runner in the race.
Yeah, Zest to Excel, the toppy, Duke, at a big price. For trainer or owner trainer Alan Williams, she'll lead the field out here. She's a moderate beginner. She hasn't got a great deal of early pace, but she is strong at the end. I think if you're looking to play any exotics in the race, you've got to throw Zest to Excel into those multiples, because she will be attacking the line late in the race, and she's going out around the $18, $19 mark.
Yeah, and she posted a career best effort, a career best time in a heat when a really fast finishing second behind Providence Bale. From box number 1, she's had 13 starts for 3 wins and 4 minor placings, but as she said, she is a dropout run-home greyhound. To the checks is Cumbria Dreaming for Stephen Fitch, based at Nara. Steve races all the dogs with that Cumbria prefix, and this greyhound stepped. Very rarely that he does that, as Fitchy told us last on heat night, but he stepped in front of his last start and he wound back the clock going 29.98.
Yeah, we've heard him mentioned as a touchy beginner. I've just got him down as a poor beginner, and he actually came out beautifully at his latest run. He never begins. If he begins, he's a very, very quick animal. And if he happens to lead in this race at the first turn, I don't think they'll be running him down, because he'll be strong in the latter stages. He's got a huge chance, but it all depends on box rise.
Well grounded for trainer Angela Langton and her mum Sue Smith. This greyhound has had 111 starts, 16 wins, 50 minor placings. Well-performed Victorian. What do you make of its third behind Cumbria Dreaming?
Yeah, I think it'll take a stack of benefit out of the run. Got wide at the first turn. Will be better for the experience. And he's going to go around at a big, big price. I think he's a genuine roughie in the race, Duke. I could have something small on him.
Jack's Bale for trainer Jason McKay, who took out the previous race with Fat Boy's Dream. Jack's Bale, its last 3 starts here at Wentworth Park, runner-up on each and every occasion. Just been beaten by one a little bit better on the night each time.
And what a grand old campaigner he is. He's lining up for start 100 tonight, so wouldn't it be one heck of a feat to take out the Masters Meteor at the 100th start, but I just think he needs a heck of a lot of luck here, Duke. He's awkwardly drawn in box number 4 with Fire Legend, who will want to get to the fence, drawn on his outside.
Fire Legend's 114 starts, 51 wins. His winning streak came to an end when Gypsy Yankee beat him in the heat, but he ran third in this race behind the winner earlier this year.
Angry Blizzard.
Angry Blizzard for Nathan Goodwin. And you can never discount a dog like Fire Legend.
Oh, he's a ripper. He went up the wrong price. He went up $12. It was a crazy price. Now he's into a more realistic quote around the $4.40, $4.60 mark. He's a quick beginner. He's got a good turn of speed. He could easily charge over, take control, and pinch it rolling along on the lure.
Gypsy Yankees won its last 2 starts here in 29.89 and 29.70. And as I said, a deserved favourite off those efforts.
Yeah, he's been brilliant winning his past couple of runs here. I'm not too concerned with box 6. He has got a railer underneath him. The Greyhound on his outside should run straight out of the boxes with a clean getaway. I think he's going to get fresh air to get rolling. He did run 5.45 to the first mark in his heat. If he does run that again, he'll be vying for the lead.
Here's your banker, and that is Gypsy Yankee. Providence Bale from box 7 made its debut here at Winnie at start 181 on debut, running 30.05.
Not too badly drawn wider out on the track. He'll take a stack of benefit out of his debut run here in the heat when he did run 30.05. I think he can improve a 10th or 2 on that. If he does, he's right in this race at a big price.
And Jabini for Blake Maroney from box number 8, and this Greyhound finished 3rd behind Providence Bale. As said, better boxed on the inside, but he's still absolutely racing in gun form.
He's actually airborne at the moment. He is drawn on the wrong side of the track. He does need luck getting across, but if he does find the fence through the first turn into the back straight, he'll be really strong late.
All right, the favourite is Gypsy Yankee at 2.35. It'll wear the green rug in front of equal favourites there, 2 and 5, Cumbria Dreaming and also Fire Legend. Jabini is my tip. I'm playing the odds at $8 on him getting a run through at some stage in the race and not being too far off the leaders. The Masters Meteor, 100,000 to the winner. The first running in 2018 was taken out by Cosmic Bonus, who set a race record of 29.63 that still stands. Blabbermouth for Cheryl Murray, Sunburn Highway for John and Judy Richardson, and Angry Blizzard for Nathan Goodwin have been the winners of the Masters Meteor. $100,000 awaits the winner. The Greyhounds are being boxed. Here's Matt Jackson.
$5 Fire Legend, $6.50 Cumbria Dreaming, $8 about Jabini. Green light is turned on. This is the Masters Meteor, 2.30 Gypsy Yankee favourite. They're ready. And they're racing now. Fire Legend bounced out fast, and he's going to spear forward and lead from well-grounded and wider Gypsy Yankee. 4th Cumbria Dreaming at the first bend. They're followed then by Jack's Bale. Next Providence Bale, well back Zest to Excel and Jabini. But it is Fire Legend down the back, leading it by 4. On getting to second, Gypsy Yankee, but he got tangled up with well-grounded. And Fire Legend's race right away around the home turn. He's 8 lengths in front. Fire Legend in a Masters Meteor Blitz. He won it by 7 or 8 on Gypsy Yankee. 3rd, Jabini getting up on the rails. 4th, Jack's Bale. They're followed in by Cumbria Dreaming, well-grounded Zest to Excel, and Providence Bale. The time 29.74.
Mark Maroney, now based at Grafton. He kicked off his training career at Hornsby Heights. He lived about 200 metres down the road from me, and he has won the Masters Meteor with Fire Legend after he finished 3rd here behind Angry Blizzard in May. He has absolutely bolted in. Gypsy Yankee runs 2nd, Jabini runs 3rd, and it looks as if number 4, Jack's Bale, will finish in 4th spot. They are the numbers: 29.74, jumped, run, got the break, all over.
Right on the mark there, Duke. That is his crowning glory in his career. He's been an old marvel. He took out the Lismore Cup last year. He was gallant when he finished third in this race back in May. He was runner-up in the heat behind Gypsy Yankee. He's turned the tables tonight. He fired out, he rolled to the top. He just let go mid-race. There was a little bit of jostling behind him, but he had it in his keeping. He's running 29.74 on the lure. Almost impossible to run down. And he went up a crazy price. He opened at $12 when the market first went up, and he was heavily backed, and he has got the chockies.
And that takes his race record to 115 starts for 52 wins. His 7th victory here at Wentworth Park. Mick Cowley is with Mark Moroney.
Mark Moroney, Masters Meteor winner. Congratulations.
Oh, thanks, mate. It's been 4 or 5 months in the making, this one.
Mate, finished third in the one back in May this year. Straight away you started to plot this one?
Yeah, well, he won 11 in a row straight after that, and his first defeat was here in the heat last week. And funnily enough, he injured himself before the last Masters Meteor, and then he injured himself before this one, and he only just got here, to tell you the truth. I was going to scratch him the night before the heats, but just shows what a great, what a fantastic dog he is. He's a real class dog. He's been in Group 1s all over Australia, and yeah, he's just a marvel.
And did you ever think you'd have a dog that won over 50 races?
No. If you go back through his line, I had a dog called Firecape who won 27 races and broke 5 track records, and I never thought I'd get one as good as him. But, gee, this bloke's taken over, I think.
Right from an early time, you sent him down to Melbourne because you thought you'd give him best chance in the big races. He did pretty well. He won a Lismore Cup from memory. He's just a quality dog, isn't he?
Oh, he is. He has been from day one, virtually from the day he was breaking in. And, yeah, he looked like, I thought he was good enough to be a stud dog when I first sent him down to Jason, and Jason and Shane had done an unbelievable job with him. They really looked after him, but oh no, it's just a great win, mate. It's one of the best for sure. Just wish Mel was here with us to celebrate it. She's at home very sick tonight, so she'll be watching.
Mate, what does this mean for you and Mel? Obviously, we always see you at the track together. To win a $100,000 race, it's not $1 million, not life-changing, but it's certainly a good kick along.
Well, mate, I've been broke all my life, so 100,000 to me is just unbelievable. It's for me and Mel. We only got married 2 years ago at my ripe old age, but yeah, it'll make a hell of a difference to us. Don't worry.
Life at Grafton's obviously been pretty good to you.
Yeah, it has. I think he's only been beat once since we moved to Grafton.
Congratulations, Mark. Well done, Masters Meteor champion.
Thanks, mate. Good on you.
Mark Moroney, a good Hornsby Heights boy, and Mel Moroney is at home at Grafton, and they're just building a new property and new kennels, and the 100,000. They might put a couple more kennels in as well, but he formerly worked with Graham Bass in Victoria a long while ago. He had a greyhound by the name of Firecape. He actually raced a greyhound, as said to me. Mark and I used to train together at the same time. He went to Mossvale. It's probably around 1979. He had a greyhound called Selena Speck. She won a race and they finished in racebook order. So that's one of my memories of growing up with Mark Moroney. So well done to him and Mel and Fire Legend. Look, he has just been one hell of a gallant performer.
Now has won over $353,000 in prize money. I dare say he has paid for the majority of the house they are building, and the kennels and all of the infrastructure. But hasn't he just been an old marvel? 52 victories in his career, over 353 grand in prize money, and you could just see how emotional Mark was to take out that race tonight. As he said, he finished third in the May version. He then won 11 on the trot before finishing runner-up in the heat here last week. and now he's come back and got one better in the big one, and that is a very, very happy Mark Moroney.
And his nephew, Blake, finished third with Jabini. In the middle was Gypsy Yankee for Shane Stiff and George Daly. So, again, you talk about greyhounds. Mark's father, John Sr., he had dogs going back again, let's say, the early 70s and that. So, Mark's took up the training, and now we see his nephew Blake, a well-performed trainer in his own right as well. That's the inside of Wentworth Park Grandstand. There's a big crowd out on the concourse. We're about to head trackside for not only the presentation of the Masters Meteor and $100,000, the winner's check to Mark Moroney, but Dave Carlson is going to be drawing out, along with Fletch and Hindy. He's going to be drawing out, Timmy, someone who's going to get a chance to win $1 million. We've stopped scanning the tickets. After this presentation is done, Dave Carlson will be with Fletch and Hindy. One lucky person will get a chance to come up. They've got to come up within 5 minutes of Dave calling their name out. And if they do that, they've got a chance to win $1 million in the $1 million giveaway here on $1 Million Chase Night. There is the medal. The medallion for the winners and the winner and the place getters. Let's head trackside with the presentation of the Masters Meteor. Here's Dave Carlson.
Extremely popular winner of the Masters Meteor, ladies and gentlemen. And to present the winning sash and the medal, we've got Kevin Gordon, board member from Greyhound Racing New South Wales, and David Aldred, GRNSW Tracks and Infrastructure. They are making the presentations. Meteor Masters presentation, ladies and gentlemen. Congratulations to Mark Moroney and the runners-up. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, Fire Legend, the winner of the Masters Meteor, on track with trainer Mark Moroney at the moment. Presentation is taking place. The photographs. And right now, folks, you could be on your way to winning your own $1 million. Will you please welcome Fletch and Hindy from the Matty John Show? Come on!
1, 2. Are we on? Yes. Well, yeah. Yes, thank you for having us. It's quite exciting. I've never given away $1 million. Nathan has through Queen of the Nile, but I won't go through that. Alrighty, Dave, what are we doing, bro?
Well, just first off, I just want to say to Hindy, Parramatta's in the grand final. What do you reckon?
Yes, it's outstanding. But we're not there yet, so we won't count our chickens before they hatch. We'll keep it on the down low. We've got to work out who we're going to play. It looks like we're playing the Panthers at the moment, but we have the winner. Do we have the winner of the
the
winner? Okay. Righto, guys. It's a female, Kerry Ann Lee. So
come on, Kerry Ann Lee. You've got 5 minutes to get your backside trackside. Let's move it.
Otherwise, it's a redraw.
Come on, Kerry Ann Lee.
It's like a bad straw. No, you've got to give him 5 minutes.
5 minutes.
No. You can't redraw yet. Kerry Ann Lee.
Chance to win $1 million. All right, and we need to see you right up the front. Come and see us.
Kerry Ann Lee. Where's Kerry Ann?
No redraw. There's some people there from Bondi who shouldn't be allowed in here.
Is it 5 minutes is a bit long? Can we do like a minute?
What's the rules?
It's 5 minutes. It's 5. Oh, we've got to get 5 minutes. So,
So if anyone knows Kerry Ann Lee, give her a call.
Kerry Ann Lee, surely she's here.
She may be related to Yenda Lee. Bing Lee. Brett Lee?
we've got to give them 5. We have to give them 5. Legally, it's
Hang on,
5.
brother. 5 minutes. It's 5 minutes.
So what do we do for 5 minutes up here?
Go out, have a vape, come back.
Boys, how good's this? They're showing the $1 Million Chase on Fox Sports on the Rugby League channel.
Oh, yes, they are.
They're showing the chase itself.
I thought it was on now. Now you confused me for a second then. Yeah, it'll be on the 502 Fox League channel after the footy, obviously. And what time's kick-off for the race? 10:30.
10:30, mate.
10:30. We're all hanging around for that. So
Kerry Ann Lee, if you're in the building, please come.
She's not
down
here.
to
She's
the
bailed.
central commentary position. What do you reckon we should do? Sorry? Sorry? I don't know.
yeah,
Can you believe this?
crowd's getting restless, Brian.
The crowd is getting restless. So a rabbi and a priest walk into a bar.
No.
Ticket number, really?
How long we got?
4 minutes
How long's
30.
she got?
This, your mate. Shut up. Come on, give her the ticket number. Maybe she can't hear. So Kerry, shut up, mate. Kerry Ann Lee. Ticket number 1664833.
Kerry Ann Lee, where are you? Time's running out. We have drawn another name in case. Random draw has been done.
I'm saying redraw, but it's not up to me.
Shut up, mate. Yeah, you are painful.
Ladies and gentlemen, Brad Arthur is down here at the moment. Brad Arthur. Give Brad Arthur a round of applause. Well done, Brad. Great effort yesterday. Come on, give it up for the Eagles. I noticed Luke Brooks up there.
Yeah, Brooks is here. If you want to go see Luke Brooks, just up there in the rail there, the roped off section.
Good luck at Newcastle next year,
Luke Brooks.
Brooksy.
We've got a Roosters fan down here, Fletch.
Go away.
We've got a Roosters fan here. The jersey hasn't got in the draw yet.
Kerry Ann, you've got till 9:28. Or 4:28 if you're in Los Angeles. Or Cleveland.
Is this Kerry Ann? No. Is it Kerry Ann? Kerry Ann, the suspense is killing me. Cheers. Hiya, Kerry Ann.
Hey, don't be like that.
She's going to have a chat.
There's a protest. Some people are saying it was 5 minutes 10.
No.
Well,
Kerry. She just
is it a magic number? Kerry Ann? Come on, Kerry Ann, up there, car.
Come on, Kerry Ann.
Give her a round of applause.
Kerry Ann, shit.
Kerry Ann,
First of all, Kerry Ann, where were you?
I'm in the Platinum area.
So,
You didn't hear us. All right.
So, Kerry Ann, for your chance to win $1 million, you must run a lap of this.
All right, Kerry Ann has made her way to the dais there. She will go in and she'll have a pick at a board to win $1 million. But we're counting down the clock to the Group 2 Sydney Cup for the stayers. We're only 6 minutes off start time here and a dominant favourite and a game. You cannot argue with the bookmakers. I was just surprised they put up $1.65 earlier in the week about Super Estrella, the Group 1 national distance champion, which she won at this track. 2 starts back, she ran 41.21, setting a new track record. And Battler, she was off and gone in the heat when absolutely romping home.
Best stayer in the nation, Duke. She's a front-running stay. She gets out and goes, and she just breaks their heart. As you mentioned, she went up $1.65. She's been crunched into $1.40. No shock at all to see her trim down, because everyone would be coming up with her. She'd be the anchor in all of the multis throughout the night. The only other one in single figures, Zipping Kansas, who ran similar time to her winning his heat, but he's very, very touchy at box rise. He began cleanly in the heat, but he doesn't normally begin that way, Jim.
No, he doesn't, but he should get a little bit of space in that, you know, probably the first 20 or 30. Zipping Virginia, not a noted quick beginner. Ariane Bale did show a little bit of zip 2 starts back when winning at the Meadows, but it finished third at its last start here behind Zipping Kansas. He was off and gone. And again, you look at the times they run for the first 280 metres, which is from the 720-metre starting boxes to the winning post the first time around. You know, times of 15.8 and 15.9, just outside the sprint record.
Yeah, quite remarkable for stayers to be running those times over the 280 metres. Basically all the way through their heat victories last Friday night, they ran near identical times. 29.16, the middle section by Super Estrella. Kansas ran 29.13. He came home in 12.35. She came home in 12.26. That shows he has got to get to the front to win the race. He can't run her down on their run home times. They both ran in the heat, Duke.
And there is Australia's best stayer, number 1, Super Estrella. 18 starts here at Wentworth Park, 11 wins, 6 minors. She is the track record holder at 41.21, and 3 starts back she took out the Group 1 National Distance Championship. OO Range, a well-performed Queensland chaser for trainer Ned Snow, finished third behind Zipping Virginia when favourite in its heat.
Yeah, he began well. He strode to the front in the early part, but he got very tight in the latter stages. On face value is probably a little bit disappointing, and he does need to lift on that heat performance.
Believe so for Phil Goodsell. Finished second. It was beaten 12.5 lengths by Super Estrella at its 6th career start here at Wentworth Park. It clocked 42.30, a new PB on the clock.
Fantastic to see him get into the race for Phil, who's a really nice guy and a good trainer, but this does look too big a mountain to climb.
Gypsy Wong finds herself in another big race final. She's a multiple Group 1 winner. She finished second behind Zipping Kansas, again beaten a dozen lengths.
Yeah, she was quite okay in the latter stages, though, Duke. She has won a big race here, which was earlier in the year, the Association Cup. She continues to fly under the radar. She goes around at a big quote each and every time she goes around. If there is one to knock over the 2 favourites, it could certainly be Gypsy Wild.
Or it could be Corborn Magic, who was the last greyhound to defeat Super Estrella. Corborn Magic, of course, made the final of the 7.15 at the Gardens earlier this year. An absolute stone living dead moral beaten in its heat.
Yeah, sure was. He's a consistent greyhound. He's got a great record track and trip, as you said. Certainly booted in the heat when he went down narrowly. Bit of a tricky draw to contend with, but he's an each-way chance.
Ariane Bale for Dan Gibbons from Victoria. 2 starts back, 1 at the Meadows. A third behind Kansas, beaten 12.25, went on debut at the track.
He will take a stack of benefit out of that run here at Wentworth Park, but he does need to make up many lengths.
Zipping Kansas appears to be the main threat to Super Estrella. He's had 9 starts here for 4 wins. He ran 41.48 in his heat. His PB is around half a length faster at 41.44. But Timmy, as you said, he has to begin to have any chance of beating Super Estrella.
He sure does, Duke. We know what he's capable of. He is an absolute rocket when he does get the start right, but he's very, very touchy. If he does begin cleanly, he then needs to get on his bike. He's got to lead Super Estrella, in my opinion, to be able to beat her. He couldn't sit behind her and run her down.
And 8 the pink is Zipping Virginia for John Finn. It won its heat in 42.06 when it landed up closer to the lead than what we normally see Virginia do.
Yeah, back to her best last time out, but she's facing a much harder race tonight. Could only play her in the wider multiples.
All right, what's Battler's banker for the Group 2 Sydney Cup final?
Oh, nothing tricky here, Duke. Super Estrella to go straight to the top and run her rivals into the ground again.
Yeah, I'm with you. As I said, they bet 165 earlier this week. She comes up with box 1, her record when wearing the red rug, 10 starts, 4 wins, 5 minor placings. Look, if you're looking for Quinellas, tries, first fours, I thought Corborn Magic was the value at $14.
I agree with Corborn Magic. Has got to go into all of the wider multiples. Gypsy Wyong is getting out to a crazy price at $23. Yeah, she always goes around at a big price in these big features. But if there was a roughie could throw something small on it, it is Gypsy Wyong at the $20.
All right, they start in the back straight here at Wentworth Park. They get to the winning post and then they do another complete lap. The track record is 41-21. It is held by Super Estrella, who wears the red rug in the Group 2 Sydney Cup final tonight. $100,000 awaits the winner. This is race 8 on the card. It'll be followed by the $1 Million Chase Consolation, and then the big one, the $1 Million Chase at 10:30 p.m. Sydney time. In between, one lady will get a chance to win $1 million for herself in the $1 million giveaway. We're 25 seconds off start time. She hasn't budged from that $1.40 quote, Timmy.
Yeah, I can't see her getting out any further now, Duke, with only, 30 seconds or a little under to the race. I don't think the bookmakers are taking too many risks with her. They did early on in betting when she went up $1.65, but she's been crunched down. Did bottom out at $1.40, just edging out to that $1.42.
And Zipping Kansas, second pick in the market at $3.50. OO Range from box 2 is at $13, and Corborn Magic, wearing the yellow rug, is a $14 chance. David Smith will box Super Estrella in the rails draw. This is the Group 2 Sydney Cup final for 2022. Here's Matt Jackson.
$3.60 Zipping Kansas, and they're just about all ready to run. This is the Sydney Cup. Group 2 level, green light is switched on. So the lure's on its way. Favourite box 1 here, Super Estrella. Ready. And they're racing now, and she's away okay, Super Estrella. She'll lead it to the first corner on Darianne Bale, and going around the outside now is Zipping Kansas. Settling down in 4th placing is OO Range. They're followed by Gypsy Wyong. Next, Corborn Magic. A gap believe so, at last is Zipping Virginia. But it is this superstar, Super Estrella, in full flight going through the catching pen. She leads it by 5 on Ariane Bale and Zipping Kansas. They're followed by OO Range. Next, Gypsy Wyong and Corborn Magic. Off the back straight, and Super Estrella, she still holds a 4-length lead on Ariane Bale. They're followed OO Range. Around the turn, Super Estrella's clear. She'll win again. An absolute star. Super Estrella beat Ariane Bale and OO Range for Zipping Kansas. They're followed Gypsy Wyong, Corborn Magic, Wellback Zipping Virginia, and Believe So. The time 41:58.
Oh, what a super little stayer Super Estrella is. That takes her career record now to 69 starts, 32 wins, and her prize money to $448,000. Again, it was similar to Fire Legend in the Masters Meteor. She got the break early, Timmy, and they just couldn't reel her in.
She did what Super Estrella does. She began beautifully, she took control, and she just broke their hearts, bowling along in front, running quick times. They all chased in vain. They couldn't get near her, and she's registered yet another big race win. Duke, all the way through her career, she's been racing in elite company, even over the sprint trips. Dave Smith, he targeted all of those feature races in the early days, but she's really come of age in the last couple of months, and she's without a shadow of a doubt the best stayer in the nation.
Yeah, and there's Dave's mum, Mrs. Smith, who gets so much enjoyment and gives Dave so much help with the dogs. And Mrs. Smith there is handling Super Estrella in the catching pen, and there she is. And look, really no excuses for any of the beaten brigade, I should say, but what a run by Ariane Bale, and also Believe So. Like, Ariane Bale's run out of its skin to finish second. OO Range, runs third, and Zipping Kansas in 4th spot. He began okay, sat third in the early stages, but realistically, all honours just with the winner.
Yeah, all honours to the winner. Zipping Kansas, he got away well enough. He rushed around the outside, but he couldn't quite get around the Greyhound, Ariane Bale, underneath him, and he couldn't run her down when he wasn't close enough. He had to be probably a length off her at the winning post for any chance of running her down. Now, in a nutshell, she was just too good, Duke. She's just run time again, rolling along in front, and what is that now 6 on the trot, and she's got a Group 2 Sydney Cup on the mantelpiece.
And here at Wentworth Park, that was her 19th career start for 12 wins and 6 minor placings. Only missed a check on one occasion here at Wentworth Park over the 720 metres. The track record holder, the Group 1 National Distance Championship, and now the Group 2 Sydney Cup winner at Wentworth Park. Super Estrella leads all the way to take out the Cup. Race number 8 on the card, and all honours with her. So we're now less than an hour away from the big one, Timmy. The $1 Million Chase, the second running of the $1 Million Chase here at Wentworth Park for 2022. We're waiting for Mick Cowley to hopefully grab Dave Smith down in the, there he is, there's Dave, and kiss on the cheek for Mum and a cuddle. Good on you, Dave, good on you, Mrs. Smith. And Mick Cowley will catch up with Dave Smith right now. Let's head trackside.
Dave, congratulations. Another big win for her. She's just amazing.
Oh, yeah, it's top of the world. She just tries so hard, does everything right, everything you want in a greyhound.
41.5, not the fastest she's been, but it wasn't about time tonight, was it?
No, who cares? We just won the Cup, you know, Sydney Cup, so time doesn't really matter.
She's building a great record for herself now. She's getting stronger, as we've spoken about, really ticking all the boxes, isn't she?
Yeah, look, she is, but this is a local track, and we might have to head in the state to some other dogs' backyards now, so we'll find out. Keep it up.
A Sydney Cup on $1 Million Chase night, what's that mean for you?
Oh, it's very special just to have a runner in a night like tonight, so it's just a tremendous feeling in front of the crowd to have a dog do that. It's fantastic.
What about nerves? Obviously, the expectations, everyone expects her to win now. What about the nerves for you?
Oh, the interviews are worse than the running. She does all the work during the week. She just trains on so well. She goes up and down the yards, does everything right. So that part's easy, just dealing with you guys.
Congratulations, well done.
Thanks so much. Appreciate it.
Well done to Dave Smith and his mum, Mrs. Smith, who does a lot of the work around the kennels. And here is a replay of the Group 2 Sydney Cup. She'd led by a length and a half, 2 lengths going into that first turn. Zipping Kansas 3 deep on the outside of Ariane Bale, and then OO Range, Gypsy Wire and Corborn Magic. But she's 3 in front. She ran a first split of 15.95, Timmy.
Yeah, she had it in the keeping a long way from home, Duke. Just doing what she generally does. Going to the front, running time, and they just can't run her down. Ariane Bar was terrific, gallant. OO Range, his run this week was much better than his prior run, where he was a bit disappointing. But what more can you say? All honours to Super Estrella. She is an out-and-out ripper.
Dave spoke about going interstate. Of course, the big staying race in Victoria is the Bold Trees coming up at Sandown Park, a race, a track that would suit her perfectly.
Yeah, and that is in late November. I did read an article, though, where Dave was quoted. He was toying with the idea, if she was able to gain a slot to the Phoenix, of giving her a freshen up and having a crack at that race. It'd be intriguing to see if she got a slot, because, look, she can't lead a race like that, you wouldn't imagine, but if she could position up close to the lead, she's certainly very, very strong over the 500 metres, so that'll be interesting how that all plays out. No doubt the Bold Trees will be a target, but who's to say? You know, Dave's actually thrown it out there now.
Yep, food for thought. 150 and 120. Super Estrella takes out the Group 2 Sydney Cup. Ariane Bale 370, 290 OO Range. Zipping Kansas runs fourth, 1627. The first 4 pace 374.10. We said earlier on our podcast Behind the Boxes during the week, it was the bookies' benevolent week this week, because how did they bet $1.65 about Super Estrella with the record she's got? Come on, Timmy, give me something.
You've got the lot again, Duclos. You've got the lot, $1.65 and $1.40. What was she, the last leg, and all of the multis?
Well, she was, her and Can You Smoke 'Em were the multis. All right, we have got the $1 Million Chase consolation coming up next. Mortified starts from box number 1 following the scratching of Plaintiff. The favourite is Panama Pepper, who ran second behind Gatlin last week. His time was actually the 3rd fastest recorded all night, but he didn't win, and that's why he's in the consolation. Mortified starts from box 1 at $4.80. Orchestrate, $4. Pepper is the favourite at $3. And Zipping Maserati, who won the $1 Million Chase consolation here in May is $4.30 from box 6.
Yeah, Panama Pepper, the Sandgraver, he's been enormous in all 4 runs here in New South Wales since coming over for the Sydney campaign. I think he's fairly well drawn in box 5 with a railer underneath him. Zipping Maserati's very touchy on his outside and does run a straight line. So I think he's a deserved favourite at $3. I wouldn't want to take anything shorter though, Duke.
No, and his run last week, as I said, was outstanding, albeit in defeats. Mortified has won 7 of 10 to date for trainer Chris O'Brien. She gets a call up from the reserves bench. She will start from box 1, but she wears the green and white rug. All right, here is the Isolinks data for the $1 Million Chase consolation final. You go down to number 5, Panama Pepper. He should be the standout there. An overall finishing time of 29.47. And even those splits through there, he got up to 67 kilometres an hour in the second split, 66 down the back straight, and he was still running 59.40 in the home straight. So Panama Pepper, if he gets that clear run early, we know he can run the hands off the clock. We've seen him do it at Kennington. We've seen him do it at Albion Park. He did it last week, Timmy. Just happened to run into one a little bit quicker on the night in Gatling.
Yeah, ran into Gatling, who was out of this world. In a nutshell last week, running 29 and 26 in front. As I just mentioned, Panama Pepper, I think he will get that clear air in the early stages, which he does require to get really mobile. But he's a greyhound who's won 20 from 33. He built a great record in WA before coming over here. He did head to Queensland for a campaign, and back in back in June, Duke. So he's a well-travelled greyhound. Steve Withers, who we know had Tommy Shelby throughout his career, not afraid to travel, and he's not afraid to travel with Panama Pepper, who's contesting the consolation.
All right, there is Super Estrella. She's got a beautiful gold rug on, and that is because she took out the Group 2 Sydney Cup final, running a time of 41 and 55, defeating Ariane Bale. OO Range finished in 3rd spot. So another name goes into an honour roll of Sydney Cup winners, which includes the likes of Zoom Top. Miss Hilo was the only greyhound to win back-to-back Summer Cups. She did that in 73 and 74. National Lass, Fana Bale, Poco Dorado, Here's Tears, and Miss Esme. It was first run in 1963 here at Wentworth Park. Let's head down to the track. Here's Dave Carlson with the presentation of the Sydney Cup.
Star. So that means Super Estrella means
I've got to go to the toilet.
Superstar. And what a superstar of the staying caper this greyhound is. To make the presentation to the 3rd place getter, the 2nd place getter, and the winner of the Group 1 Sydney Cup, we have the chairman of the New South Wales Greyhound Breeders, Owners and Trainers Association, Jeff Rose. And Jeff is going to make the presentation to the 3rd place getter, the runner-up, and then the winner. Oh, sorry. Doesn't matter. I think it's a Group 1 to me. It always has been. It used to be. And first. Doesn't matter, does it? Yes. I know. Fabulous. What a wonderful race the Sydney Cup was, and what a great win by this great staying chaser in 41 and 58, 2 3/4 lengths. Super Estrella. Folks, we've got 2 races to go. The 10th and final race is the Tab $1 Million Chase. And prior to that race, at 10:10, our lucky contestant, Kerry Lee, is going to pick an envelope which hopefully contains a cheque for $1 million. And that's a pretty good night out at the Dogs. Regardless, she wins $10,000. Come on, guys. Hop through, kids. All the families here. Don't touch the dog, kids. Come around the back, ladies, so we can see you all. Jump in, kids. Get together. Just don't touch the dog.
Thank you, David. Congratulations. Super Estrella, the winner of the Sydney Cup. We're going to go back to Mark Duclos and Timmy Newbold.
Race 9 at Wentworth Park. We're 5 minutes off start time, which means we are 35 minutes away from the $1 Million Chase. But race 9 is the next one to go. It's the $1 Million Chase consolation for greyhounds that finished second, third or fourth in the heats last week. Mortified gets a start off the reserves bench. It will start from box number 1. It's $4.80. Orchestrate at $4. The favourite, Panama Pepper, the West Australian chaser, at $3. Zipping Maserati, $4.30. Timmy Mortified, look, she was in the fastest heat, fastest semi, I should say, last week. She had box 1. She comes up with box 1 again. This race is no easier by the end, is it?
Not at all, Duke. She'll have a lot of pressure coming down from the outside. Orchestrate on her right has got a good turn of speed. Panama Pepper will roll forward. He'll be charging over, does want to get to the rails. Zipping Maserati will be moving up. So she will have pressure coming down from the outside. She finished, third behind Gatlin in the quickest semi-final last Friday night. Prior to that, she was good leading all of the way in 29.86, and she was outstanding in the Dapto Regional Final, running 29.55.
Yeah, and Panama Pepper beat her home 4 lengths last week. So Pepper finished second and Mortified finished in third spot. But greyhounds are about to go onto the track. Let's go through them runner by runner for the $1 Million Chase consolation. Number 1, Plaintiff is Scratch. Number 2 is Orchestrate for Tony Brett in Queensland. It's had 2 goes here for 2 minors. It finished second behind Zipping Alabama last week, running 29.86.
On face value, Duke, I thought he seemed a little disappointing, but then you looked at the time and he ran 29.86, so he wasn't too bad. He's better for 2 runs around here now. He'll be third up tonight. One thing, when he was first up here 2 runs ago, he was showing a great turn of speed and then got chopped out, and his run to finish third in the end was really good. As I mentioned, he'll be third up, and I think that is the key to Orchestrate here tonight.
3 the wide as Here Comes Buddy for Daniel Hoskins from Mandurin in the Central West. Ran a race of its life last week when second behind Hold Me Up, beaten 2 lengths in the semi.
Yeah, and he's been really good in both runs here, Duke. He's been in the money in 2 starts at the track and trip, but he's got a very, very tough assignment tonight. I could only throw him into the wider multiples.
For the blue is Zara's Ivan for Daily Kennels in Victoria. Look, a well-performed Victorian chaser, but the real query here, 9 starts at Wentworth Park, yet to crack it for a win.
But he has finished in the money 6 times. He made a golden Easter egg final back here in early April. He has got a tricky draw to contend with box number 4, but he is a classy type, and a win wouldn't surprise.
Panama Pepper for Steve Withers in WA. Of course, Steve put the polish on Tommy Shelby, and Panama Pepper, as we were saying, ran second behind Gatlin last week in the fastest of the semi-finals. He was beaten 2.5 lengths. His time of 29.47 was the 3rd fastest recorded all night, but he lands in the consolation. He comes up with a visitor's draw.
Yeah, super run here behind Gatlin last week. In fact, all 4 runs in New South Wales have been rippers. I'm not too concerned with box number 5. He's got a railer underneath him, a touchy beginner, straight tracker in Zipping Maserati drawn on his outside. He will get fresh air in the early stages, and the afterburners will get every chance to kick in.
Zipping Maserati around that $4.60 quote. This greyhound won the $1 Million Chase consolation in May. It had box 1 on that occasion, going 29.57. It came to the semi-finals via Maitland and then finished second behind. He's on fire in the semi-final.
Really good run in the semi-final. He is a risky beginner, then really gets hiking after hitting the ground. Not too badly drawn out in the middle of the track where he can get a bit of fresh air. He's a major player.
Embrace is a Group 1 winner here, taking out the girls' race in July, which was the
Group 1 Peter Mossman
Opal. Just escaped me there. Apologies to the Chapelos. Again, a stiff assignment here. She's got a PB of 29.68.
She's got a habit of bobbing up in these races, these big races. She's not too badly drawn wider out. I like her drawn out there, but look, she will need a bit of luck getting across Zipping Maserati and Panama Pepper. I think she's a risk.
Chasing Fernanda, hard in the market last week behind Zipping Kyrios when it finished second. Was beaten 4 lengths, but this greyhound's got a great record here. 25 starts, 6 wins, 12 minors.
Oh, he is ultra consistent. He's a ripping greyhound. He gives his all each and every time he goes around. The issue here, he's got a lot of speed drawn in the middle of the line here. I can't see him getting across from that wide draw.
And 9, the green and white, is mortified for Chris O'Brien at Nowra. 10 career starts, 7 wins, 3 minors. It's won 3 from 5 here. Goes into box 1, where this greyhound has won 2 of 3 starts. She had box 1 last week.
Yeah, I'm just a little concerned with her from box 1 with so much pace drawn on her outside coming across.
All right, what is Battler's Banker?
Really keen on Panama Pepper. I thought he was the best bet on the program, Duke.
Yeah, I'm with you as well. I thought Panama Pepper could win the consolation. Mortified from the rails at $4.60, $4.80 for Orchestrate, and then we go to Zipping Maserati at $4.60. Anne-Marie Jarvis will start them in the $1 Million Chase consolation final. To call them home, here's Matt Jackson.
Straight, $5 about Mortified. So they're all in now. The green light is switched on. Race number 9. $2.90 Panama Pepper. The favourite box 5. They're set. And they're racing now. And he bombed the start, Panama Pepper. Zipping Maserati fast out. Leads to the first corner. On getting into second placing is Orchestrate. Third Mortified on the rails. And fourth as Here Comes Buddy. They're followed then by Embrace. Next Zara's Ivan, well back in the field, chasing Fernando and Panama Pepper. But it is Zipping Maserati off the back straight. He leads it by 4 on Orchestrate, and they're followed by Mortified. But around the home turn, it's Zipping Maserati sprinting up the straight. Zipping Maserati by 3 Orchestrate. Third in Mortified, and fourth Here Comes Buddy. They're followed then by Embrace, chasing Fernando, Zara's Ivan. Panama Pepper bombed it at the start. The time 29.52. Number 6.
Tyler Ginn pumps the fist as Zipping Maserati creates history. He's won $2 million chase consolations in the 1 year. He was off and gone. The others were in trouble, and he got clear air early. And Zipping Maserati winds back the clock. He goes 29.52, 3/100ths faster than what he ran in the consolation in May.
Yeah, it was all over Duke at the winning post on the first occasion. He got away beautifully. He got fresh air. The big engine kicked in straight to the top, and he let go mid-race, and he put them away in a twinkling of an eye. As you just said, he's gone back-to-back in the MDC consolation, and what a night it is already for Marty and Fiona Hallinan. They won the opening race with Zipping Whiskey. They won the Young Star with Zipping Orlando. Here they are winning the consolation with Zipping Maserati. And they've got Zipping Curios to come, and Zipping Alabama in the big one.
Yep, could be a night to remember for them. Okay, Tyler Ginn is trackside. He's handled Zipping Maserati tonight, and he's talking with Mick Cowley.
Tyler Ginn, congratulations, mate. Back-to-back $1 Million Chase consolations for the dog.
Yeah, mate, he's a good dog, and that's what he can do on the bunny. First off, I just want to say congratulations to Marty and the Hallinan family. They've done a good job with him, and also Jace Mackay. We got him back in good condition, and yeah, we haven't had to do too much with him.
Mate, he's an amazing dog. Once he crossed the lead and Panama Pepper was in trouble, it was pretty much race over.
Yeah, that was the plan, just to get him in front of Panama Pepper, and I knew if he could do that, then we're in with the show.
Best of luck to the camp in the next race.
Thanks, mate. Cheers.
Masters first, and then Sydney Cup. Tyler Ginn heading back to the kennels after Zipping Maserati takes out the $1 Million Chase consolation. Timmy, we're 28 minutes away from history being made. The Tab $1 Million Chase is 28 minutes away. Zipping Maserati steps beautifully. So too did Embrace, and chasing Fernando on the outside. But there's Zipping Maserati carving to the front in the lead from Orchestrate and Mortified.
He won at the jump, Duke. He nailed the jump, whereas the favourite in the race, Panama Pepper, bombed it. He walked out. Zipping Maserati straight to the top. He gave nothing else a chance.
And as I said, back-to-back $1 Million Chase consolations. Let's take a look at the start of the race. And Zipping Maserati wearing the green white. He got lovely room to move from Embrace. Panama Pepper, as you said, fell out. Mortified got plenty of space there with Orchestrate moving just up the track a little bit. but it's Zipping Maserati carving to the lead, and in the home straight the second time around he was well clear. Runs a new PB here at Wentworth Park of 29 and 52 to make that his 6th career win at Wenty. He's 24th overall. 450 and 220 about Zipping Maserati, 190 Orchestrate, 150 Mortified. Here comes Buddy, finished in 4th spot. The first 4 pay $714.60. Let's take a look at the market for the big one. The $1 Million Chase final is due at 10:30 p.m. And the favourite here, well, French Martini was heavily supported earlier. She still holds the call at $3.80 in front of Zipping Curios at $3.90. McInerney, the sole interstate raider in the $1 Million Chase, he is at $4. And then we go out to $7.50 about Zipping Alabama, $4.30 Gatlin.
Are we claiming he's on fire, are we?
Absolutely. Alan and Elman wearing a proud New South Welshman and Welsh ladies. Trained here, let me tell you, he's improved a hell of a lot since he's come here. I'm not knocking the previous owner, the trainers, right? But he is in a $1 Million Chase final, and before that he was racing up the straight at Murray Bridge.
Look, I'm happy to claim
We're claiming him. Brendan Purcell puts the polish on McInerney, and as said, McInerney is the sole Victorian in the field. All right, J.R. Pattaya, a 19-year-old trainer from Orange, finds himself in a race worth $1 million.
Joined by Jay Apataya. Jay has Aglin Luai in the $1 Million Chase final. Jay, how's the week been for you? A bit of nerves?
Yeah, it's been pretty nervous week, but just doing things normal at home, and the dog's pretty relaxed, so fingers crossed.
And have you found some new mates this week in Orange? You know, you're a chance to win $1 million.
Yeah, nah, it's been good. There's been a lot of people, messages and calls saying good luck, so yeah, hopefully he does all the people that back him well.
Mate, you're in a race for $1 million. Has that hit home yet, or you don't think about the $1 million side of things?
Oh, yeah, sort of hasn't really sunk in yet, but it's massive, isn't it, really? So, yeah.
Obviously, Aglin Luai is not considered one of the main chances, not one of the favourites, but in a big race, anything can happen.
Yeah, anything can happen. I suppose he has run 29.65. If he can run up to that, he'll put himself in the race. He's not the fastest, so he's going to need luck, but he'll do his best.
Mate, hopefully you get more luck in this race than Penrith do tonight.
Yeah, hopefully. Thank you.
Thanks, Jay.
Cheers.
Jay Opatay, who trains out of the central west of Orange. He's got Aglin Luai, who's got box 4 in the big one tonight. 19 years of age. I just want to know what sort of a week Jai had between winning the semi-final 8 nights ago until getting here tonight. I mean, could you imagine going to sleep every night? It's a different race that gets run. He jumps in front. He missed the start. He gets around. It's what fairy tales are made of. That's why the $1 Million Chase is a race for the people. You don't have to pay $100,000 to get a slot. All you need is a fast dog, Timmy.
And that's, as you just said, it's what the race is about. It gives everyone an opportunity to have a crack at $1 million. The race is set up that way. You come at semi-final night. Anything can happen when all winners get through. It's not like a Golden East streak where you can, run second in the semi-final and get through. You've got one chance only. If you happen to win, you're into the final and a chance to win $1 million. And that's great to see Jay there.
Zipping Maserati with Tyler Ginn. There's the Greyhound Racing New South Wales CEO Rob McCauley, along with our board member Matthew Waring. And Zipping Maserati claims the TAB $1 Million Chase consolation. We're around 24 minutes off start time, and $1 million up for grabs. The fifth running of the $1 Million Chase. It's been a great night so far, but have a look at some of these highlights from $1 Million Chase night here at Wentworth Park. And of course, we've had 2 races worth $100,000 each. We've distributed more than $400,000 in prize money tonight. And there is Fire Ledging storming to victory in the Masters Meteor, worth $100,000 to the winner for trainer Mark Moroney of Grafton, giving him the biggest win of his career. And then in the Group 2 Sydney Cup for the stayers, it was Australia's best stayer in the shape of Super Estrella who claimed victory. And Dave Smith claims that cup, the Sydney Cup, much coveted. Fireworks are going off. They're going off on the track and off the track as well, Timmy, because a young lady is about to get given a chance to pick an envelope, and inside that envelope could be $1 million.
Yeah,
and we weren't allowed to buy tickets.
Yes. Anyway, we'll have to talk to somebody about that.
Mate, you're on that much. You wouldn't. $1 million, nothing to you. Yeah. Okay, so we have got 100 envelopes on the stand. Dave Carlson is there, Fletch and Hindy. And the young lady on the left of screen there is about to step up. She will pick one of those envelopes. And in one of those envelopes, it says $1 million. Here's Dave Carlson.
It's your 1 in 100 chance of winning $1 million. Holy, you know what?
Kerry Ann, what number have you decided to go with?
Here, Kerry Ann.
21.
Why 21?
It's my son's birthday.
Ah, beautiful. What's his name? Zach. Zipping Zach.
Righto, Zach. Kerry Ann, let's go. Number 21. She's got 21.
Here we go, everyone.
Rip it off, Kerry Ann. Righto, now you're going to open it. Oh, we all thought it was behind there.
Oh, here we go. Kerry Ann, face the crowd.
Turn around. It's your nails, Kerry Ann. What's in there? Oh, 10 Kerry Ann.
That's fine.
So Kerry Ann, what do you get $10,000?
I have no idea. Maybe a holiday.
Beautiful holiday. Sounds outstanding. What would you do with $10,000?
I will be putting it on the next, number 2, the next.
Do we know where the $1 million was?
Yeah, can we unveil that?
Can we unveil the $1 million?
Well, we're going to find out, Leone. Where was the $1 million? What number?
Great question. Where was the $1 million?
I'm sorry.
Oh, yeah. Is it in there? Is that where it was? Is that the number?
What number? Yeah.
Do you need a hand?
Hang on, we're about to find out, folks.
Well, the suspense is killing me. Where do you think the $1 million was? I'm saying 11. Someone's saying 3, 24, 2. There's so many numbers going on. Here we go. 59. So close to 69, but it's 59.
Which is 79.
Where's 59?
59. St George won the premiership in 59.
Yeah,
Where's 59? Where's 59?
Nathan.
Yeah. Oh, where's 59? Jeez, I can't count. Wait up.
Here we go. Drum roll. Ladies and gentlemen, will Hindy win $1 million?
There you go, $1 million.
What about that? He's got to put it on Parramatta in the grand final.
Absolutely. Well done, Kerry Ann. Hope you enjoy the $10,000. Thank you to the $1 million chase. Well done. Photo.
Folks, please put your hands together for our winner, Kerry Lee, and Fletch and Hindy!
All right, thank you, Dave Carlson. Kerry Lee wins herself 10 large. Not a bad night at the Parkers at $10,000. Just a few zeros short of the $1 million, which was in envelope number 59. Everyone, how many people are saying, I would have picked 59?
How many people were down there thinking, oh, it's not even in there, it's not even in there. But it was number 59 for $1 million. Anyway, she's walked away, as you said, 10 large. She's had a good night at Wedding Park.
Sure has. 17 minutes away from the big one, the $1 million chase. $1 million will be won in this event. And let's take a look at the latest market. $4 about McInerney after they bet $6.50 earlier in the week. He's on fire. Timmy also comes in for support. They bet around, what, the $26 mark?
I saw $26 straight after the semi-finals on Friday night, and I think 26 was around for a couple of days. He's just gradually trimmed down each and every day, and I'm not shocked, Duke, because when you did have a quick look at the market without delving right into the formula, you knew everyone has got him leading the race. We know all previous runnings of this race have been won by the leaders at the first turn, so no shock to see him trim down, but he will need to improve on the clock to take it out.
Yeah, he will, and he'll be having his third run here at Wentworth Park over the 520 metres. Sipping Kyrgios, King Kyrgios is around the $4 quote, and look, he's hovered around that mark all week. The other runner out in box number 7, French Martini, opened around the 440, 450 mark. She's been well supported to around that $3.80 quote. And Greyhound in box number 8, Zipping Alabama, has met with good support, Timmy.
Sure has, Duke. She's a greyhound who's racing right in the zone at the moment. She's, what you could say, probably rejuvenated since coming back to the sprint trip. She was racing over the longer journeys, but she's been a revelation throughout this series.
Okay, let's head trackside for the national anthem.
Free with golden soil and wealth for toil, our home is goodbye sea. Our land abounds in nature's gifts of beauty rich and rare. In history's page let every stage advance Australia fair. In joyful strains and let us sing, advance Australia fair.
The national anthem here at Wentworth Park, and we are now 15 minutes away from start time for the 2022 TAB $1 Million Chase. French Martini, we were talking about, Timmy, again, a greyhound that's met with plenty of support, easing out to around the $4 quote. Zipping Alabama, $7.50, and of course we can't forget Gatlin, the fastest of the semi-final winners. He's around the $4.30 quote, and already a Group 1 winner here.
Yeah, and what he did in that semi-final was astonishing, Duke. Straight to the top in 29 and 28. I think we're all shocked when we looked up at the time and saw what he did run. It's not an easy draw tonight with Hold Me Up drawn on his immediate outside, who is a quick beginner, does want to run to the rail. England Luai won't give an inch in the early stages. McInerney, he's on fire. They'll both be charging up on the inside, looking for the lead through the first corner.
Okay, French Martini, as we have spoken about. Pete Lagosiani, her trainer, he's already won 2 of the 4 runnings of the TAB $1 Million Chase. He won the first one with Mystic Ride, and then of course Handsome Prince in 2020, a former Tasmanian. He lines up his 3rd runner in the $1 Million Chase, his 3rd runner that will wear the black rug, and his 3rd runner that will step from box number 7. There's number 4, and that is Aglan Luai for Jaya Pattaya from Orange, 19 years of age, and it is one of the fairy tales just to get to this final, but to win it would be amazing. French Martini, there she is with Pete Lagosiani. And don't forget, the Finns, John and Minnie Finn, have got 3 runners in the final, with Zipping Kyrios from box 3, Gatlin from box 5, Zipping Alabama from box number 8. McInerney is that sole interstate raider, trained by Brendan Purcell. It did a lot of its racing in Tasmania. Actually went to Tasmania, Timmy, to qualify for the national sprint, where it finished 3rd in the final here behind Good Odds Cash.
Yeah, and he's been fantastic in all 3 runs here in New South Wales. He's got better and better each run here at Woodworth Park, running a PB 29.68 in his semi-final from box 2 last Friday night. He is a bit touchy at box rise, but he's got a great turner mid-race pace, and he's strong at the end. He's in this race right up to his ears.
I found it really hard to split 1, 3 and 7. I ended up going with French Martini just because I thought she may hopefully be able to hold that line down the outside and be sitting second outside the leader, whether it is He's on Fire or Gatlin in that run to the first turn. And look, she's a 29.47 bitch here. She's run 5.38, 5.40 early. I just thought she might get the run of the race. I'm not discounting 1 or 3, because if He's on Fire steps really fast, they're going to get that clear air early.
Yeah, French Martini with Zipping Alabama drawn on her immediate outside. Won't worry her. Hold Me Up can dive to the rails. So if she does get away on a clean 8, she should get plenty of fresh air to get mobile in the early stages. I'm in the corner of Zipping Kyrgios from box number 3. I think this is going to be run to suit. He's on fire in box 2, firing out. Likely leader, McInerney will want to shift up the track, working to the back straight. Zipping Kyrgios, if he does what he did last Friday night in the semi-final from box 8, he just worked across, he found the rails through the first turn, he stalked the leaders into the back, and then he let go coming off the back straight and put it beyond doubt. I think this will be run to suit Zipping Kyrgios.
Okay, we're going to take a short break. When we come back, we'll be on Fox League as well as trackside here at Wenty and through thedogs.com.au.
Yeah, guys.
Gotcha,
Yep.
mate. Thank you, Braithen Astor. Welcome to Wentworth Park and welcome to the TAB $1 Million Chase. Well, after more than 50 qualifying heats and finals have been conducted at more than 18 racetracks around Australia, we're down to the final 8 greyhounds. And in just a few minutes' time, one of those greyhounds will earn their owners a cool $1 million. We've had a terrific night here at Wentworth Park already. We are deep into the card. Fire Legend took out the Masters Meteor for trainer Mark Moroney from Grafton and a $100,000 winner's check. Whilst in the Group 2 Sydney Cup for the stayers, it was Australia's best stayer, Super Estrella, who claimed victory. She added yet another feature race title to her resume for trainer Dave Smith. Joining me here at Wentworth Park tonight is my co-host, Timmy Newbold. This is the second running of the TAB $1 Million Chase for 2022. Promises to be yet another great spectacle.
Sure does, Mark, and we had She's a Pearl take our version 1 in May. But this is much more open. We've got a wide open market tonight, and there are plenty of genuine winning chances, and Connections will walk away with $1 million in just under 30 seconds.
Here's the market for the TAB $1 Million Chase. The favourite is French Martini at $3.80. Zipping Curios second pick at $4. Then we go to McInerney, who is the sole interstate raider in this event. It's at $4.20. Others in the market, they're Zipping Curios around that $4 quote as well. One of the roughies in the race at around the $13 mark is number 2, and that's He's on Fire. And Tim, we expect him to lead from that box. But earlier tonight, Mick Cowley caught up with some of the trainers. We're going to do that in just a moment. He's on Fire is at $13 from box 2. Zipping Curios from box 3 at $4.
The greyhound known as the King, he's a super chaser. He's got a flying PB of 29.49. He loves racing at Wentworth Park. He's drawn to get a beautiful run behind the likely leader. He's on Fire, and McInerney, who will be driving up on the inside.
Aglan Luai, number 4 for trainer Jaya Patea, 19-year-old trainer. He's one of the roughies in the race. Number 5, I should say, is Gatlin, the fastest semi-final winner, going 29.28 last week. Hold Me Up, another of the roughies for Joe Comito at $26. French Martini for Peter Lagogiani. He's won 2 of the $4 million chases today, Timmy, and both of his winners have run from box number 7. Let's head trackside. Mick Cowley caught up with some of the trainers in tonight's final a little bit earlier.
No, it hasn't worried me. I raced last night, mowing today, everything's just normal. I know it's a lot of money, but money's really not much to us, but the excitement, we'll be pretty excited if we could pinch it.
Which dog are you boxing?
Curios.
We've got a ticket for $1 million. There's 8 of us. We're all vying for that first turn, positioning. Whoever gets the best position, I think, will win the race.
Brendan, I guess Dog McInerney would prefer to be boxed out wide, but you can't bag box 1 in a big race final.
No, that's right. Group 1 races, you want to be 1 at 1. You know what I mean? Like, hopefully works out okay for him, and I'll give him a good chance.
McInerney draws box number 1 in the TAB $1 Million Chase final, Tim, and look again, early pace wins big races. He's on Fire, has got a stack of it from box 2, but can he hang on at the death?
He ran an early section of 5:30, winning his semi-final last Friday night. If he repeats that early section, he's basically unleadable. He does need to get stronger at the end of his race, but he is 3rd up at the 500 metres tonight. I think he's the best roughie in the race. Number 2, He's on Fire.
Zipping Curios from box 3, a multiple group race winner. He handles Wentworth Park so well. They call him King Curios because he is basically unbeatable here at Wenty.
He sure is. He's drawn to get a gun run just behind the leaders. He loves getting over near to the rails. He should from box number 3. He's on Fire, number 2, can fire out. If he can follow the leaders through at the first turn, stalk into the back, he'll be hard to hold out.
Okay, He's on Fire leads. What about the back markers? What's a greyhound that can come from the back of the field to win?
Zipping Alabama, greyhound number 8. She's racing in career best form. She's right in the zone. She hasn't got the early dash to lead the race, but if she happens to get a slide around at the first turn within striking range of the leaders, she's got the biggest finishing burst in the race of all the runners.
And of course, she is one of 3 runners for trainer John and Minnie Finn. They've got box 3 Zipping Curios, box 5 Gatlin, and box 8 in Zipping Alabama. Who are you tipping in the $1 Million Chase?
I'm with King Curios, Zipping Curios, greyhound number 3. He's drawn to get that beautiful run. The best roughie in the race, no doubt in the world, is greyhound number 2. He's on Fire.
Okay, I'm with Peter Lagosiani to win his $3 million chase with a Greyhound wearing the black rug. As I said earlier, he has won it previously with Mystic Ride, Handsome Prince. There is Peter Lagosiani with French Martini. I thought she could get a great run down the outside of the track. I thought McInerney was really hard to beat, and also Zipping Kyrios as well. But Timmy, what about the heart rates? What about the sweaty palms of the owners and the trainers? $1 million up for grabs.
Yeah, a dream will become reality very, very soon for one of these trainers and owners. Ken Marty and Fiona Hallinan, who have 2 runners in the race, Zipping Kyrios and Zipping Alabama. They will have a night to remember. They've already won 3 races on the program and feature races, and they've got an undeniable chance with both of their runners.
Okay, a last look at the market, and French Martini holds the call at favouritism in front of McInerney. They'll run this 520 metres in around 29.5 seconds. That equates to around $33,000 a second in prize money. Greyhounds beside the 520 metre starting boxes here at Wentworth Park. They're about to be called over. Aglan Loy, the real roughie in the race, at $41. What a fairy tale it would be if it could win for his 19-year-old trainer. Gatlin, the fastest semi-final winner, at $4.50. Then we go out to Hold Me Up for Joe Comito at $26. French Martini from box 7 at $3.80.
She's got a great chance. She's got a Greyhound Hold Me Up drawn on her immediate inside, who is a good beginner. He will want to run to the inside in the early stages, which should give Fresh Martini that fresh air to get mobile and rush down the outside.
Zipping Alabama has probably been the best supported runner, in from a quote of around $12 to $6.
She's racing at the peak of her powers, strongest Greyhound in the race. So it just depends on where she'll settle in the early stages.
Our starter is Anne-Marie Jarvis. The Greyhounds are about to be boxed for the 2022 $1 million chase. $1 million awaits the winner. Our race caller is Matt Jackson.
So the odds are in. Evens are moving up. The Tab $1 million chase grand final. The green light is on. Here we go. They're set. Ready. Racing. He's on fire away brilliantly, spearing straight to the lead from French Martini and McInerney getting up on the rails. Zipping Kyrios into 4th placing now. They're followed by Aglan Luai. Next came Gatlin. Well back is Hold Me Up, and last Zipping Alabama down the back straight, and it's He's on Fire who leads it by 2. McInerney. Zipping Kyrios is running on. They're clear of Aglan Luai. It's He's on Fire at the home corner just from McInerney. Zipping Kyrios in the middle. McInerney hit the front. Zipping Kyrios drive. McInerney's won the $10 million chase and beaten Zipping Kyrios. Third, I think He's on Fire from Aglan Luai. They're followed Zipping Alabama, French Martini, Gatlin and Hold Me Up. The time 29.50. The fairy tale is complete.
Brendan Purcell from Victoria and McInerney, the only interstate Greyhound, has picked up the early leader. He's on fire. Zipping Kyrios came with a charge, but it's a Victorian, and the first Victorian to win the $1 million chase here at Wentworth Park.
And he really knuckled down in the latter stages, reeled in He's on Fire, and then had to hold off the king late. He's done it and taken out the big one.
Mick Cowley is trackside with the handler of McInerney, Blake Purcell.
Blake Purcell, congratulations, mate. $1 million chase winner. You just won $1 million.
Oh, it's just unbelievable. He's just a super dog, and Dad's done a brilliant job keeping him up for this long period, and to his owner, Noel and breeder, he's just bred a phenomenal dog, and he's just so tough. I'm lost for words, which is unusual for me.
You can't be lost for words. You've just won $1 million. That feeling, in the race, perfectly placed. He was just so strong at the end.
Yeah, he was. Zipping Kyrios was humming home, and that last little few strides, I thought he got there, and I just closed my eyes, and it's worked out perfectly.
Mate, what does this mean for you and your dad?
To do this with Dad is just a great honour. There's nothing more special. It's the world's richest race, and yeah, I don't know what to say. Me and my partner Kayla, we've flown over from Tassie to lead and catch the dog, and yeah, I can't wait to give the dog a cuddle and a kiss.
Mate, and of course you had this dog in Tasmania to start with and then sent it over to your dad to train.
Yeah, we did. He come over to Tassie and he won 13 or 14 races pretty quick, and we sent him back to Melbourne for a campaign and then brought him home and then come up from the Nationals, and that made sure he was good enough for this race tonight, and he's just a super dog.
Mate, you've set the tone now. First interstate dog ever to win $1 million chase.
Yeah, that's a great honour, you know. I think every Tasmanian will be proud and every Victorian, so he's got a place in 2 places, so absolutely stoked.
Congratulations, mate. Well done, $1 million chase winner.
Cheers, thank you.
McInerney takes it out for owner Noel Muggovan and trainer Brendan Purcell, and Blake Purcell made the trip up for Tasmania to handle the dog because Brendan believed that McInerney actually began better when Blake handled the dog. And McInerney takes out the 2022 $1 million chase here at Wentworth Park. Let's head back to the Fox Sports studios. Here's Braithen Astor. There is Blake Purcell. Brendan Purcell, he must be so stoked. I mean, look, it was a race for the ages. We expected He's on Fire to lead and lead easily. It did that, but down the back straight, McInerney second, Zipping Curios running third. We knew it was going to be an epic finish.
Here it is. He's on fire, firing out straight to the top, and McInerney, he drove hard. He got underneath, or held his ground underneath French Martini, and then wanted to get wide like he does, but he balanced up. Then he went out after He's on Fire. 3 lengths away, Zipping Curios. At this point in the race, it was game on. You knew He's on Fire would come back to them, and the other pair would keep coming. Zipping Curios went between runners. He stayed nailed to the rail, McInerney, and he's just been a little too strong to hold off the king in the final 20 or 30 metres.
Here's the start of the race. French Martini began really well from box number 7, and then as we expected, there was so much room for the greyhounds drawn in boxes 1 and 3, McInerney and Zipping Curios. But French Martini on the outside just couldn't maintain that momentum going through the first turn, and McInerney got up underneath her.
Yeah, and didn't he run the race of his life? He's on fire. He's been the real surprise packet of the series. He tied in the latter stages to finish third, but gee, he's run a bot of a race. King Curios, he was superb again. He got into that position down the back straight, 4 or 5 off the leader, then or 2 or 3 behind McInerney, but he just couldn't reel him in the final stages. 29.50 overall, 5.35, 13.64, 17.75. And he's come home in a quick 11.75 as well, Duke. So he's done it all the way through McInerney. He was able to stay in touch to He's on Fire and just a bit too strong in the latter part.
Yep, and they bet $6.50 when markets went up after the box draw. He's paid $3.60 and a $1.60 for Zipping Curios, $2.50. He's on Fire. Aglan Luai finishes 4th, and the first 4 of 1, 3, 2 and 4 pays $887.60. I'm just trying to see if Mick Cowley is close with Noel Muggovan, and let's head trackside, and Noel Muggovan is joined by Mick Cowley.
Noel, congratulations. $1 million chase winner. Is it a bit surreal?
Oh, I can't believe it, really. I just lost for words, and it's so special to be able to, have this night with my son up here, and so much thanks goes to Brendan Purcell and his son Blake for the wonderful job that they've done with the dog. I'm ecstatic, finding it hard to find the words, that's for sure.
As you said to me, it's special when you breed them as well.
Not most definitely. I think everyone that's in the greyhound industry, when you breed them yourself and you're rearing them and breaking them in, and then you're putting them through their paces, you're wondering what they're going to turn out to. But I know there's probably a few people back home watching this, and I'd like to say a special hello to all those people that are at the Emerald Hotel in South Melbourne, especially Leanne and my children. But this also, I'd like to just make mention of Tony McInerney, who this dog was named after. Tony was the most wonderful person one of the most wonderful people I've come across in life. And I always said, if I get a dog that goes okay, I'll call his kennel name Tony and his race name McInerney. And he's certainly, Tony died there a couple of years ago in the COVID, and I'm sure he's looking down tonight. And I know his son and grandchildren would be delighted with this tonight.
You certainly picked the right dog to name after him.
Look, I'm ecstatic. And as I said, You know, Robbie Britton's always said to me, you know, if you're in group races and you get an opportunity, make sure you enjoy it, enjoy that time. And I said to my son Jeremy before, I said, I'm not too sure how I feel before the race. I'm really excited, but I'm very nervous. So it was a combination of a whole lot of things, but we're ecstatic. And I'm ecstatic for the people that have put a lot of time into it, Brendan and his son Blake.
Congratulations, Noel.
Thanks very much.
And McInerney is by the all-conquering Fernando Bale out of Born Ali, a group race-winning bitch. And as I said, Noel Muggovan has been involved in greyhounds for as long as I can ever remember. He's bred some terrific dogs. Obviously, McInerney may not be the fastest dog he's bred and raced. The Muggovan family, of course, they dead heated in the first Top Gun that was ever staged, but he's a full race replay. And French Martini begins well. He's on fire, leads. And as we knew McInerney, he did want to step wide at that first turn. He gave the run to Zipping Curios. Such was his momentum, but Timmy still had the pace to finish or to land in front of him in second spot.
Yeah, and he really dropped Zipping Curios. When they just went into the back, he put up 2.5 lengths on him at that point, and that's probably what's won him the race. He was probably 3 in front of Zipping Curios coming off the back straight and forged to the front, turning for home, and he's just held him off. All honours to McInerney, Duke.
Absolutely, and look, you know, he was terrific last week. We go back to his run in the Group 1 National Sprint Championship. He qualified representing Tasmania in that, but he finished third in that, but it was a terrific run. Let's head trackside. Here's Dave Carlson with the presentation of the $1 Million Chase.
Congratulations to Brendan, and of course, the runner-up and the third place getter. An amazing run. They had it between them for just about the entire race. Now we have some really distinguished people here who are going to be part of our presentation. We have the GRNSW CEO, Rob McCauley, board members Matt Waring and also Kevin Gordon, and also Bernadette McLaughlin, who is the General Manager of On-Course and Wagering Operations for TAB. Tom Gallagher, who we met earlier on, is with us as well. And we have the Honourable Sam Farraway, ladies and gentlemen, member of the Legislative Council, the Minister for Regional Transport and Roads, and he is going to present the main trophy in just a moment. What a race it has been. The TAB $1 Million Chase, the second one for the year, and McInerney the champion. Please, a round of applause for Greyhound number 1. Kevin Gordon for our third place getter, the early leader in the race. A tremendous run by He's on Fire. The runner-up, Zipping Curios. Minnie Finn is about to be presented with a silver medal. Good on you, Minnie. To you and John, congratulations. Getting 3 finalists tonight. And number 1, McInerney. Brendan Purcell, ladies and gentlemen. McInerney. And the trophy is about to be presented by Sam Farraway, ladies and gentlemen. The Minister for Roads Transport. Please lift the trophy up. Give us, yeah, there you go. Bernadette McLaughlin and Tom Gallagher from TAB with the $1 million winner's check. Thank you, Bernadette, Tom. Thank you very, very much. Have a look at that, folks. $1 million.
No, I was 75.
Thank you very much for your attendance. The full wrap-up Tuesday evening on Sky Racing on the Catching Pen. The full wrap-up of what has been a wonderful, wonderful night, and also on the dogs.com.au. McInerney, the $1 Million Chase champion.
Well, very happy connections there, Timmy, and why wouldn't they be? $1 million bucks.
Wouldn't they be?
Could you, I mean, look, honestly, I get excited winning any race. I won a $15,000 race tonight. I'm over the moon, but to win $1 million bucks, it's, I don't know, it's inconceivable.
Yeah, look at that, the crew there, all very, very happy campers. Young Blake, big thrill. $1 million check. Geez, I think they'll be partying tonight, Duke.
Well, I actually saw Brendan downstairs with Angela Langton earlier tonight, and had a chat to him. And again, look, it's a big ask. The big ask for him, and what makes it even more meritorious, is the trips up to Sydney and back to Victoria that they've had to do. They took on basically 7 locals, and again, to have a dog be able to peak at the right time to win a race like $1 million race is enormous.
Duke, he came up here for the national sprint and he ran an absolute bottler, finishing 3rd behind Good Odds Cash. And his next 2 runs here, he's improved and improved and he's improved again to take out the big one tonight. It just shows, and we've harped on this a number of times in previews and whatnot, that the more runs you do have here at Wentworth Park, if you're an interstate greyhound, the better you are. You improve each time, and he is the perfect example of a greyhound improving each and every run here at the track.
Yeah, and what's also noticeable is that he is a noted wide runner.
Yeah.
Yet he won his semi-final last week from box 2, and then he wins the $1 Million Chase tonight off box 1.
The big thing that helped him tonight, the key was he's on fire drawing box 2, lid pinging and getting out of the way. If you had a greyhound like, you know, a French Martini or a Zipping Curious directly on his outside through that first turn or even the first 40 or 50 metres, and he wants to shift, there might have been some bumping, but he's on fire, got out of the way, so he then had room to drive up and gradually shift his ground through the first turn. You did see him at the first turn. He was probably 5 deep around that first turn.
Absolutely.
And he bumped French Martini out of the way, so he's on fire was the key to McInerney's chances tonight after drawing box 1.
All right, we have heard from Noel Muggovan, the owner of McInerney. Let's now hear from the winning trainer, Brendan Purcell. He's with Mick Cowley.
Brendan, congratulations. How does that actually feel now?
I can't explain it. I can't stop shaking, to be honest. But it's unreal. Yeah. To actually, it's been a long process, 4 or 5 weeks coming up here, and to pull it off, I can't believe it, to be honest. Yeah.
Mate, that first 32-hour drive must seem a long time ago now.
It certainly does. Yeah, I'm happy I don't have to do it next week now, but I'll do it again for this feeling anyway, for sure.
Extra special because you're with Blake as well.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, like Blake had the dog in Tassie, and he done a good job of it there. And I said to him, you got to fly over, and I said, you handle it. And we've done everything together all the time, and to be able to pull it off with him, it's great.
Mate, he's just improved each run he's had here. Has there been a reason for that, or he's just got used to the travel?
I'd say it's just, used to the track, used to the travel. But in saying that, I do think if I took him back to the meadows with Sandown, he'd be going pretty good too. I think the dog's, he's just going through that purple patch, and he's done it tonight at the right time. That's the main thing, so, yeah.
Mate, through the Nationals, was there a plan to come back for the $1 Million Chase, or was there something, because he went so well, you thought you'd give it a crack?
It was always in the back of my mind, I thought of bringing him up here when he went up and went so good in the Nationals. And then, of course, I wanted to do it, but I was thinking it before, and if he did perform up here okay, I would definitely come back.
And great to win it for a guy like Noel as well.
Yeah, well, Noel's a terrific owner to me. He's helped me. I can't say how much he's really helped me in that many words, but good owner, always supplies me with dogs, always babies coming through that he likes, and he'll say to you, this one goes all right. And all his dogs are usually are city dogs, what we want. And he's just one of a million, and it's great.
He's one in a million with $1 million now.
Exactly.
Congratulations, Brendan. Well done.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Brendan Purcell with Mick Cowley trackside after McInerney etches his name into the history books. He takes out the 5th running of the Tab $1 Million Chase here at Wentworth Park, and what a race it was. It was a race for the ages. Been a terrific night, Timmy. Thank you so much for your help and assistance throughout the night. Obviously, McInerney's the highlight, Super Estrella as well. $1 Million Chase never fails to deliver, does it?
It's just one of those nights we can't forget. The young Greyhound zipping Orlando, taking out the young star, unbeaten in his career. He is a star of the future. But what a night it has been. And Duke, we've been crowing as New South Welshmen for, 4 years now?
Yeah,
the Victorians have finally come and conquered the chase.
Took them a while.
Took them 5 runnings, but they've finally done it.
Thank you to Mick Cowley, Trackside, for all your interviews tonight, Mick. Thank you to our team here at Gravity Media supplying our pictures, to our head of media, Brad Adam, as well. But I hope you've enjoyed our showcase coverage of the 2022 TAB $1 Million Chase. The winner was McInerney.